there's not a fucking Gamberg remix of this episode. I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit, fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her. You fucked it up, objective B. Kill all human. Kill all human.
That wasn't fair because I didn't know it would be too hard.
It was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Protects their color. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit, fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same rubber brain I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Protects the recorder. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit, you're a perfect machine. Don't let the Terminator do it for you. Shit, fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her. It was the heat of the moment. Come on, telling me what my heart meant. It was
see how many you have at the end, cause you didn't use a clue.
3.5, maybe 2.5, maybe only 2.
You have 4.5 hearts, so see how many you have at the end, cause you didn't use a clue. You didn't see my heart breaking.
Hearts on fire, strong desire, they have a disease. And the other heart is the other one, 'cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart, that's the other one. The other one is another heart.
Put that heart on your page, heart on your page. It's like, write some fucking lyrics. Just walk away. Put that heart on your page, heart on your page.
Wherever you are, come on.
Heart without breaking touch. Put that heart on your page, heart on your page.
I know you're just saying things.
Nonsense. That's the lyrics.
Cool. Those are great lyrics.
Put that heart on your page, heart on your page.
I believe that my heart will fall in love.
Hello, storytellers.
Come on. And the other heart is the other one, 'cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart, that's the other one. The other one is another heart. And the other heart is the other one, 'cause the other heart is another heart, and the heart that's the other one is another heart, that's the other one. The other one is another heart.
And the other heart is the other one, is the other heart, is another heart, and the heart that's the other one, is another heart, that's the other one, the other one is another heart.
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one, the only Alec Gunter stream. The only place where you can find both cringe react content and crocheting at the same time in the same place. My name is Alec Gunter. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you all. Good to see you all. Another exciting day of reacts. I got my old camera. So I got my situation with my better camera figured out. And what was going on, basically, is that I have a really shit camera capture device. And I didn't even consider that. My capture device costs like 15 or 20 bucks. I'm using it still. And it's still not like the best quality that it could be. You can see there's kind of like black flashing lines a little bit. And even if you can't notice that, I can. So instead, I went on Amazon just before stream started, and I bought about $100 Elgato one instead. I've been told that one's much better. I do have an Elgato capture device already, but it's for gaming. And so in order for it to work properly, I have to plug it into a monitor. And so I actually did that with my camera. I plugged it in. This is so interesting, I know, right? I plugged it in to my monitor, and the camera quality was perfect. It was perfect. No tearing, no flashing lines, nothing. So it's not a problem with the camera, thankfully. I just had to pay $100 for a new capture card, and it'll make my life easier anyway if I ever want to hook up my Switch again on the rare occasion that I might actually do some gaming on there. So that's what's been going on. I also got some crochet updates for you guys we're gonna go over before we get started. Hello everybody, welcome in. Welcome Trome12, welcome Billy Biscuit, welcome Plague Mercury, Lady Nova, Guitar Rocker. I think that's it right now. At least the chatters. I finally got my situation with PayPal fixed. So donations and subs work again. Okay? So let's get a poggers in the chat. We can now pay Alec Gunter again. We can now give him our money, which is pretty cool. Let's get a poggers in the chat if you don't mind. Get a poggers. And while you guys are doing that, I think... Man, I just realized I haven't worked out in like a couple of weeks because I've been too busy crocheting. And I'm sorry, but that sounds so incredibly soy. I've been too busy with refining my craft. But I want to show you guys one thing real quick. So this is Cyndaquil. I made a little baby Cyndaquil. And I'm not sure how easily you can tell, but the way that this was made was basically you like make the tan part first, like the little white part, and then you stitch on the blue part, like you make that part flat and stitch it on. And I stitched it on a little bit wrong. So this half of the face like was actually way back here. So what I did was I compensated and I just made another little piece and put it right there. But I think I did a pretty good job of fixing my mistake. Now I have not given him flames yet. I plan to do that. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about doing that just yet, but I do plan to do that. This is retracted. What's this? Okay, well, Ashley Ford had a message retracted. I can't see it. Sadly, I'm a Gen 1 supremacist, so I'm contractual. Okay. A fake Pokemon. No. Counterpoint. Wooper's Gen 2. Wooper had... No, sorry, not Wooper. Gen 2 had some banger Pokemon, okay? They weren't all hits, but Gen 2 had some real bangers. And they also introduced the concept of baby Pokemon and eggs, okay? I think that Gen 2, from Gen 1 to Gen 2, was the absolute best upgrade of the entire series. I think it was natural. All the Pokemon seemed to fit in with the rest of them. And maybe this is just my nostalgia speaking because Gen 2 was my first generation of Pokemon. So maybe that's just my nostalgia speaking. How's your day been? It's been fine. I took an edible last night, and I always kind of reel in the morning when I take an edible. So... I'm all nervous about tomorrow. No, tomorrow will be fun. For those who don't know, tomorrow we have a fundraiser going on for Queen Laura. We're gonna have Queen Laura. Conyer will be joining us. Conyer, if you know Conyer, the Conyer CC of ConyerCC. What is it? Conyer.cc/live. So we'll have them on. We'll have Greycraft. Some of you may know Greycraft. Personal friend of mine. We met on Twitch, but he only lives about 20 minutes out from me, so it's pretty cool. We get to hang out. We'll have a couple of others. Seductive Seaweed I know is coming on. A couple of the mods. Dubsy. Let's see. Seductive Seaweed, Greycraft, Lady Nova, Queen Laura. Seductive Seaweed, Conyer, Dubsy, and myself. I think I got all of them. Seaweed might have work. Oh yeah, I forgot. Seaweed might have to work. That sucks. It's been a while since I've talked to Seaweed. Hope she's doing alright. She, her pronouns? Or they, them? I forget. Either way. Very nice. Edibles are my go-to. They're also mine, and they gave me a headache today, and I'm still kind of suffering from it. But I just took some Tylenol, so I should be alright. Took my meds, all that good stuff. Also, check it out. Cyndaquil sits flat. Pretty cool, right? My other major update. Does anybody know what a blahage is? Because that's what this is going to be. So, let me show you. Here. So I've completed the main part of it. And that's a shark, for those who don't know. It's like the trans shark. We do love our conure. So I've completed the main part of it. This part needs to get stitched on, and I've already tried doing it today, but I fucked it up. So I think what I'm going to do is just start the stitching process at the top so that I can, like, align it well with the eyes. Right? So it's going to be on like that. I'm going to try to flatten it a little bit so that it's not, like, jutting out. And then I have to put, a mouth on it with some teeths. I got to put the fins, the tail. It's actually quite a process. So I'm not, it may look like it's, you know, mostly done. And this is like the meat of the shark, right? So it's kind of like a torpedo right now. But the rest of it's going to be a little tedious. So I just got to get it done. And if you like blahages, okay, you're going to love the colors that I bought. What's this? Oh, we got pink. We got sky blue. We got a nice pure white there. What's that? What could that possibly be for? What could that possibly be for? Perhaps a trans blahage coming soon? Maybe? No, of course not. Yeah, of course it is. I can also make some other trans stuff now, some other trans plushes, so I'm thinking about opening up for commissions at some point, so, you know, just saying, just throwing that out there. His name is pronounced Blow High. I like Blahage. But since, you know, it is the trans shark, maybe I should properly pronounce their name. Blow High. Name just means shark? Oh, nice. The IKEA Blow High. It is Swedish. Blahage. But yeah, so that's fun. Do I have any other... Did I show you guys the coasters yet? So coasters are now available for sale at Gunter Grabs, my shop, my Etsy shop. So we got coasters. So this one is stitched. This is not what you're... Well, somebody's going to get this one, as long as you're fine with it. But the ones that I make now are crocheted around instead of stitched. So there's two parts to them. There's like two sides, and I have to stitch the sides together. Now, it does make it so that it's not quite as flat. It's just prettier this way. So the only problem with these that I can tell right now that I have to figure out how to fix is that they're just a little bit too cushiony. And they're not going to hold, like they'll hold this just fine. They'll hold my Gatorade just fine. But if you have a cup that's like smaller at the bottom and larger at the top, the weight distribution might just be off. So it's more for mugs and like, you know, bottles like this are fine. A water bottle might be fine, I'm not sure. But cups that like start small at the bottom, like tall cups, probably are not gonna be very safe on these. So I don't want to be falsely advertising or anything. But the reason they're so cushiony inside is because of all the yarn I gotta hide. So, just gotta still figure that out. But yeah, I think this one's my best one so far. I fixed the logo on it so that it's nice and pretty. It's nice and crocheted across. It's not too cushiony, so it can hold drinks pretty well. You can find the shop in my YouTube description. I'll also link it here. Etsy.com/GunterGrabs. Shop/GunterGrabs. So there you go. You can buy shit. I'm thinking about putting Cyndaquil on sale once it's done. Oh yeah, I still gotta show you guys one thing. So I'm very late on my dad's Father's Day gift. I'm very late on it, but I finished it finally. And I have not given it to him just yet, so you guys get to see it first. Darth Vader, baby. It's done. Some of you may already know that I was working on this, but if you didn't, now you do. Now, this one's a lot bigger than it's supposed to be because I used a 5 gauge. Or a size 5. I don't know if it's 5 gauge technically. But I think it looks pretty cool. Show the Cuck D&D DLC chart. If you link it, maybe. But yeah, I think I did a pretty good job. He's got a little cape in the back. The cape was hard to stitch on. Because I had to, like, wrinkle it. I do like the wrinkle, though. I think it's nice. It's kind of hard to see on the camera. Oh, no, it's not. That's just my sunglasses. So yeah, that's from my dad. Because he called me gay for crocheting. Daddy called me gay for learning how to crochet, so I made him a Darth Vader. We'll see what he thinks now. He didn't call me gay. He said, he just implied, he insinuated that it's a little girly. So, we'll see what he thinks now. Gotta prove myself to my dad. Alright, let me go put this back because my cat will tear it up if I don't. Okay, what else? I also bought this big purple yarn. That looks amazing. It's like the Binding of Vader. It does kind of look like the Binding of Isaac, doesn't it? I like that body design. I might use that more. My wife got me something similar for my Father's Day. Nice. Wizards of the Coast is asking for a $180 pre-order for what Paizo already offers for free with Pathfinder. I don't know what any of that meant. I know Wizards of the Coast. I know, like, they own D&D. I guess I can kind of get the idea. Alright, what's this? The Cuck D&D DLC chart. Oh god, the new D&D books have a DLC chart. Wizards of the Coast pre-orders for the one D&D core books come with a confusing DLC chart that's straight out of video game marketing. Oh, great. DLC style pre-order chart to explain the bundle options fans have when pre-ordering the new Dungeons & Dragons core books to emphasize the savings available from buying the bigger bundles. I don't understand why they don't just do a League of Legends. I like League of Legends system to some extent. I think that it's still a little bit gambly sometimes, and I don't like loot box systems, but what I do like is have a free game that anybody can just pick up and play, right? Well, I mean, after the learning curve. But you can just download it for free. You can download League of Legends for free. Play it. You shouldn't do this, because League of Legends is like crack. But you can download it, play it, and then if you want to spend money, the money that you're going to spend is usually on aesthetic stuff. And I think that's fine. I think that's the ideal way to do it, really. You just leave the core game for everybody to play, and if you want people to spend money, you have them spend it on aesthetics. I feel like D&D could do something like that. And you can still get skins as free to play. Yeah, you can, actually. It's just a lot more tedious. Pathfinder's a D&D alternative? Oh, gotcha. Response to D&D going from 3rd edition to 4th. D&D's books are being resold for full price, but are barely fixing issues from the 2014 handbook. Meanwhile, Paizo's books are cheaper, have more actual content in them, and are available through an official partner for free. They even got their own more permissive license written by the guy who made the original OGL. That Wizards of the Coast tried to revoke last year. Interesting. Well, that sounds cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the particulars of that. I know there's a lot of drama in the Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons of Dragons community. But like, I'm not super into D&D. I was for a little bit. Like, no, I was never really super into it. I was like kind of into it for a little bit, but I don't know if it was just a group I was with or what was going on. I just like kind of fell off. Fell off plus ratio. Getting distracted by my amazing coasters that you can order on my site, on my not my site, my store. You can find the link to my store on my site if you go to the Give Me Money links. Coasters, get them. You need them. You need coasters. You need keychains. Did I show you guys the keychains? Let me show you guys the keychains. I can find it. Right here. Keychains. Gunter keychains. Get them. I don't have any use for them. You will get them. I can't wear my own keychains, guys. I can't do it. So you guys have to wear them for me. Perfect for backpacks. Oh yeah, Joltik. Vince, thank you for reminding me. I'll show you what I have done so far. It's not that exciting. Just so you know, it's not that exciting yet. Okay, so here's what I have done so far of Joltik. It's just the body, okay? I found a really good crochet pattern. So you can see that there's like 2 lines where it's just back loop only, and that helps make this little line right there. Makes it look more like a bug. And it's gonna have like here, I'll show you guys the pattern actually. It's free. Completely free. It's a great pattern. Joltik crochet pattern. I think it's the best one I found, and it's on DeviantArt by somebody who's like barely done any. Here it is. That's what it looks like when it's done. So this is the body. Let me take these off. So I just need, well, I need a lot. I shouldn't say I just need. I need legs. I need little pincers. I need, like, there's a lot of details that go onto this. So if I were to sell it, it'd probably be like on the more expensive side of things, but you want it. The shape is great. I'm gonna show my wife the pattern. My birthday soon. There you go. Unbelievable Scrunkle baby. It's great. And here's the pattern right here. If you can see it a little bit behind the text. The entire thing's right there in the description. It's great. But yeah, it looks amazing. That person is very talented. People who come up with these patterns are extremely talented. I'm just doing, like, I'm just following the directions. I'm just following the cookbook, if you will. Those people know how to cook. You know what I mean? So far, I've just been following the cookbook, picking up some stuff here and there. I thought about, I could definitely at this point make little chibi dolls of like myself, my little icon. with a hat and everything. But I feel like that would be a little bit too expensive, and I want to sell some of this other stuff first. And also probably do commissions instead. If a book exists, you can find a free PDF of it online. That's probably true. First time made it to the stream. Welcome, Seagull's Nest. Welcome. Good to have you. We've been getting a lot of new people, not just in stream, but just in general, thanks to the PV event with like Vosh and all them, which was very fun. I had a great time. It's great. Glad to have you here. Stream is a lot more laid back, I think, than it used to be. I've been kind of taking a laid back approach to it. And I don't know if that's coming across in my videos as well. But I think it's fine. I like the pace. Look at the back of this. I'm so proud of it. Little Dorito chip. Don't eat the forbidden Doritos. The event plus Pokemon pops off in the algorithm, as does crafting. Really? Does crafting really pop off in the algorithm? I've seen crochet videos that have like hundreds of thousands of views, which surprises me. I might try to sew this on later in the stream. Either that, or I think what would be more exciting is starting the trans blowhage. I think people want the trans blowhage. Or what is it? Blowhigh? Blowhigh shark? The trans blowhigh. I definitely enjoy the chill streams. That's good. Most people, though, gotta say, most people... Actually, I'm gonna keep the music playing because I gotta pee. Most people come for the juice. The blowhigh. Yeah, blowhigh. Most people come for the React juice. So let me go pee real quick because I just downed an energy drink before... Downed an energy drink before I started, and I need to pee a lot now, so I will be right back. Enjoy the music. Okay, I am back. I thought that was a Pokemon song, but it's from Mario and Luigi. 1 second, bear with me. Okay. Had to plug in my headphones. Okay, 1 second. I also wanted to show you guys what's going on outside my house right now. I have a couple of bums sleeping on my lawn chair. If you can believe that. Freeloaders. Freeloaders always coming to my door begging for food and sleeping on my fucking furniture. Can you believe that? Unbelievable. They're cute babies. So that one's Stripes and that one's Patches. Stripes and Patches. Coffee time? Nice. My friend and I started a playthrough of Radical Red. We're using Pokemon Showdown to have rival fights with each other. Hey, that's pretty cool. That's a good idea. Although I feel like that'd be a little bit tedious to set up the Pokemon Showdown. But still cool. You can pick up an archetype that lets you get a second identity and gives gameplay benefits to revealing your true identity mid-battle. Why are you talking about Perry the Platypus? Okay. I do that same thing, little noob that could. Been listening at 2 times speed to catch up. Although I usually do 1.5. I can't do 2 times. Especially, I feel like I talk a little bit faster than the average person. At least I feel like it sometimes. Not always. Oh, this is a throwback. That's perfect cat music, I'll tell you that. Did I ever show you guys the new baby? I don't think I did. There's a new baby outside. Not like a baby, just like a large-sized baby, like an adult-sized baby. Hold on. Yeah, not a kitty, no. Not a kitty. Cat. When I say kitty, yes, kitty, but not a baby kitty. Just like a new adult that showed up. There he is. I caught him in the middle of eating, so it looks like he's really mad at me. But he's just chewing. We named him Ace. Little orange baby. If he keeps sticking around, he's gonna get his balls chopped off. I kind of gave up with a lot of the cats, but he's newer, and he keeps coming around, so I might have to get his balls chopped. We call ours baby degens, yep. You're gonna have so many babies hanging about. Hey, that's fine. I mean, I have the capacity to feed them, it's fine. And, you know, as long as they're not reproducing, which they're not, as long as I fix them. Let's see, I fixed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 5 cats so far I've had fixed outside. So he would be the 6th. As long as they're not making more, it's fine. Yeah, if you guys have feral cats outside, usually there will be a shelter around you that will offer free. It's a capture and release program, catch and release. Well, actually, that's like a legal program for immigration, but at least I think it is. Catch and release for cats is you catch them, you get them neutered, and then you let them go. My wife used to do TNR/rehoming. She did at least 40 cats and kittens. Nice, that's a lot. It's hard though when they hang around to get new ones because the old ones that have already been fixed will like trigger the traps, and so you have to get a bunch of traps because eventually like if you have 5 cats, let's say you have 5 cats that just hang around, and then they're all hungry, you'll have to get at least 6 traps because 5 of them will be activated by those 5 that you've already fixed. Which is not a big deal, like you pay $1 a night for each trap. So assuming you only have the traps for 3 nights, that's 18 bucks. But the kicker is you also have to put in a deposit of $75 per trap. So you have to have the money for it to begin with. They'll return the money to you, and one time they even refunded the charge for the traps overnight fees. If you really can't afford the overnight fee, they might refund it for you. So ask if that's an option. The main thing is they're trying to get cats fixed because, you know, more cats is bad for the environment. And they dock their ears, yes. If you ever come across a cat that looks like it has one of its ears snipped off, that's because it's been fixed. Have you considered buying your own traps? No. I have nowhere to keep them, and also I just don't use them often enough that I would do that. And also, the place that I go to requires that they're brought in their traps. They have a whole system. If you catch all 151, you become world famous. That's pretty true. It's bad for the cats too. Yeah, keeping your stuff is bad for the cats. If they keep their junk. Like, having babies is really not a healthy thing for cats. Okay. You guys came for the juice! You came for the juice, so let's get started. Also, I read earlier, Plague Mercury, I think, said, like, I can't tell, but I come from the juice. I don't want anybody to feel like you're obligated to stick around for, like, any part of my stream. That's not what I'm about. Like, I get that not everybody's into the crochet thing, you know? Like, not everybody's gonna be wanting to watch certain elements. That's fine. Never feel guilty. Never feel guilty for not giving me money. Never feel guilty for not watching me stream. That's silly. I will jokingly tell you to feel guilty for not giving me money. Playlists. Okay, we've got 3 relatively long reacts, so we should get started. Okay.
Hey guys, I'm
All right, here we go. So recently, I did a react to one of Redeemed Zoomer's videos. If you don't know who Redeemed Zoomer is, he's basically this guy on YouTube who's like a Christian fundamentalist. Best known for making a video called, what did he call it? Let me find the name for it real quick. It So something like response to all atheist arguments. Yeah, here it is. It's called All Atheist Arguments Answered in 10 Minutes. And if you haven't seen it, here's kind of the idea. You got the Soy Jack atheist over here and the Giga Chad Christian right here. And then he asks a bunch of questions that may or may not actually be asked by atheists to Christians, and then answers all of them. And as you can see, it's mostly downvoted. So not a great response. And he himself has acknowledged since then that it was not his best video. He says that he made it as a joke. I don't know to what extent he's being serious. I don't think that he's lying, per se. But I do think that, you know, he did try to make some salient arguments in here, and they just didn't, they're not very well thought out, I don't think. But he made a response to criticism of the video, and I asked in my last video, if anybody has that, let me know. So here it is. Here's his response to that video, and I didn't know this existed. Let's go over it. He's going to respond to criticism and then make a tier list of all arguments in favor of God. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, I'm Redeemed Zoomer. So about a month ago, I put out this video, All Atheist Arguments Debunked in 10 Minutes, and it got way more attention than I thought it would. Tons and tons of very high-profile atheist YouTubers like Matt Dillahunty and Alex O'Connor of Cosmic Skeptic responded to it. Basically, a lot of people saying it was really bad arguments. And they're right, that video was bad. But there's a reason why it's bad, and the reason is not because...
I have a problem. Anytime that I see a picture that could even, like the trash thing right here, like anytime I see something that could even remotely look like it's AI generated, I like scrutinize it. I don't think this is AI generated, but thanks for doing that to me, AI art industry. Jesus Christ.
And they're right, that video was bad. But there's a reason why it's bad, and the reason is not because there aren't good Christian responses to atheist arguments. If you go to Inspiring Philosophy's YouTube channel, you'll find great responses, much better than the ones I did. But my channel is not like his channel. What my channel is famous for is making very short, oversimplified explanations of religious things, like all Christian denominations explained in 10 minutes, or every book of the Bible explained in 15 minutes. And that sort of spawned a new style.
I'll be real. If he does that well, that might be good content. Like, I'd be fine with, you know, with him doing stuff like that if it's done well and in a neutral capacity. Like explaining all the major stories of the Bible or whatever. I think that's totally fine. My problem is he'll tell you then, you should believe in this, you should do this and that, etc., etc. And I don't jive with that.
Style of YouTube videos with channels like The Paint Explainer and stuff, which is great, by the way. I think it's cool. The style of very short explanations with Comic Sans and symbols to represent things. Tons and tons of new channels have spawned off of that. Okay. But that's what my channel was for. So I thought, you know, what if I do that, but for atheist arguments? What if I do every Christian response to atheist arguments simplified and summarized in 10 minutes? But my 60 IQ brain didn't realize that an argument needs to be drawn out. An argument needs to consider all the sides and can't just...
Like I said, I can appreciate when somebody knows that a previous video of theirs was not the best. I did that with my shopping cart thing. I did that with, I've done that with a couple of others. I've scrutinized my Jubilee appearance pretty heavily. Like, you know, have some self-reflection. I can respect that.
Just be very hand-wavy and shortened and oversimplified. That defeats the whole purpose of an argument. The truth is, you could make an hour-long debate, a 2-hour-long debate for each of those arguments, or at least most of those arguments covered in that video. So what I'm going to give you guys today is a more in-depth version of all the Christian arguments, all the arguments for God, because not every argument in that video was actually an argument that I believed. Just the way a few days ago I made a video about arguments for God explained. I don't necessarily use all those arguments for God. I'm just explaining what the arguments are, what the Christian arguments are. So in this video, I'm going to give you guys what I actually think about all the different Christian arguments, all the arguments for God. I'm going to be ranking all the arguments, and I'm going to do a bit...
Okay, but if that was the intention of the video, that was not communicated very well, which, to be fair, he has criticized himself for the video, so I won't dig into him too much on that. I think he knows.
More of an in-depth analysis of them, and I'm going to actually address the common atheist criticisms of them. So a while ago, a different atheist...
Yeah, famous. I mean, he did get, it's like 600,000 views. I would say the video, at least, is famous in atheist circles. But he does like say that he's like well known as like some kind of, not a philosopher. What does he say? A epistemological studier or something like a. He says that he's famous as like somebody who studies religion, and that's not. I think he's a little bit high and mighty on that.
This YouTuber called Genetically Modified Skeptic made a tier list of arguments for God, ranking which ones he thinks are the most convincing and most easy to understand. And I actually thought that was a good idea, so I'm going to steal that idea, and I'm going to make my own tier list of arguments for God. So in F tier, we have Pascal's wager.
Not gonna lie, one thing I don't understand is why people get attached to the book more than trying to have a relationship with God himself. It's not even an attachment to the book. It's an attachment to the idea of the book. And it's because it's like it's like a very good symbol for them to use. I mean, you put your hand on the Bible still when you swear something in the court of law. Like, that's still a thing we do. You know, that's very antiquated. So it's just a symbol. It's like the cross, right? Like, people aren't looking at the cross and thinking about how they crucified, like every single time, I should say, how they crucified Jesus Christ. Usually you see the cross, you think about Jesus, you think about God, you associate it with different imagery. You know, like, it's a symbol. The Bible is just a symbol to most of these people. If they've actually read it and they agree with it, then they're psychos, because like God is not a good person in it. I'm sorry, I don't care if you're religious. That's just the bottom line. God's not a good person if you read the Bible literally word for word. You know, and people like that certainly do exist. But most people just think of the Bible as kind of like a religious symbol. You know what I mean?
Genetically Modified Skeptic also put Pascal's wager in F tier. I agree.
And yeah, that's another good point. A lot of them don't want a relationship with God. They want moral superiority over someone else. Thank you, Travenoid.
Pascal's wager basically says, you know, if you believe in God and it turns out God is real, then that's good for you. You'll probably go to heaven.
I agree,
if
by
you
the way.
believe in God and God turns out not to be real, nothing happens to you. If you don't believe in God and it turns out God...
I think that pretty much all arguments in favor of God existing go in like D tier and lower, because you really can't, like, some of them are better than others, but you really can't prove God. You can't prove or disprove God. So I'll bet one of these is going to be you can't disprove God. I don't know where he's going to put that one, but I'm going to guess like C tier. But even then, I would put that in like E tier at best.
You can substitute other books for swearing in. I do it on either Principia Mathematica from Newton, or on The Origin of Species.
Thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Taki Tanuki. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna lie, you're gonna lie. Like, there's no amount of... There's really nothing you can do, like, swear in on. You're basically just doing a pinky promise. You just do a pinky promise. You say, okay, trust me, bro, you know? Like, there's no point in it. It's just an antiquated tradition that we still hold.
God's not real,
Thank you again,
nothing happens to you. But if you don't
you
believe
as
in
always.
God and it turns out God is real, you might go to hell. So basically the argument is that you have better chances of having a good afterlife if you believe in God, and there's no harm in believing in God, so why not do that? There's tons of problems. First of all, it's not even an argument for the existence of God. It's only an argument for belief in the existence of God. And second of all, it only really works if the only two options are Christian and atheist. But there's a lot of contradictory religions, like there's Christianity and Islam, which both generally say you need to believe in their specific beliefs to have eternal life, basically.
Dubsy, cut this out. I just want to make sure real quick. I just remembered I have the AC on. I meant to turn it off before stream started. Can you guys hear it while I'm talking? I know that you can't hear it while I'm not talking, but I just want to make sure that it's not, like, you know, impeding the quality of the recording. So if somebody could just let me know real quick while I'm talking. You cannot? No? Okay, good. Because sometimes it can get really loud. Okay, perfect. We'll keep going. Thank you, guys.
So, Pascal's wager doesn't work at all. I don't know of any serious Christians who even like to use Pascal's wager. I agree that it goes in F tier, because it's not an argument at all. Now, E tier does not exist. It is not a real tier. I don't know why it appears on these things. You don't get E on a report card. It's A, B, C, D, and then F, which means fail. And then, of course, on these tier things...
It exists if you're a Sonic fan. The one that doesn't exist if you're a Sonic fan is F tier, because Sonic was like... You know what? We don't... We don't want to make the... I actually respect this a lot. They were like, we don't want to make them feel bad or like remind them of school. So we'll make it E tier instead of F tier. I actually kind of like that.
S means superior. So we're skipping E.
It makes me feel less bad than an F.
I'm actually going to put the cosmological argument. I know that certain atheists actually think the cosmological argument is one of the better arguments for God. I don't know. I've just never really liked it. I feel like the cosmological argument relies too much on our intuitions about how the world works. For example, like everything that is in motion needs to be moved by something, so you need a first unmoved mover. It's the uncaused causer argument. Yeah, I don't like that one either. I think it's stupid. The uncaused causer, like, it only makes as much sense as any uncaused causer. Like, it could be a flying spaghetti monster that caused everything, you know, like that old argument. I just don't buy it. I do think the best person to articulate this is, of course, St. Thomas Aquinas. Not just in the Summa Theologica, but Summa Contra Gentiles. That's the one book of Thomas Aquinas that I've read fully, is the first book of Summa Contra Gentiles. He does make a very compelling argument for God. He uses the cosmological argument, arguing for an unmoved mover, and then going from unmoved mover to then show how the all the attributes of God, like all-powerful, all-knowing, naturally flow from being an unmoved mover. So I think that argument, Thomas Aquinas' cosmological argument, works perfectly if you already presuppose...
Good point, Ivory Inferno. S is also not used in the American grading system. So...
Aristotelian metaphysics. Because Thomas Aquinas was really just copying that argument from Aristotle, basically, and making it a bit more Christian. So Aristotelian metaphysics, the system developed by Aristotle, it's kind of a vindication of common sense in some ways.
Is S tier on there? Yeah, sorry. Here. Should I move over here for right now? Oh, shit. Is that better? I'll keep it here for now.
It's a metaphysics that is very in line with human common sense about how things work, and it is very in line with the physics of the day. It makes perfect sense in the physics of back then to say that everything that is in motion has something moving it and stuff. But modern quantum physics seems to call some of that into question. Because in modern quantum physics, I mean, I don't pretend to really understand quantum physics, but I know enough to know that quantum physics really undermines all of our common sense assumptions about how objects work and move and stuff. Like a particle could be in multiple places simultaneously. That undermines the classical understanding of what a physical body of something is. So my problem with the
I don't think it's that a particle can be in multiple places simultaneously. It's that we can measure it in multiple places at the same time, right? Like, I'm not a physicist, and I'm certainly not like a microphysicist or anything, or an atomic physicist, but it's not that one electron can be in two different places at once. It's that when we measure it, it appears to be in two different places at once, or 50 or 100 or however many. And that's why we have an electron cloud. The Christian dude has it right. Oh, really? Okay, never mind. Never mind. Like I said, I don't understand that stuff very well.
Cosmological argument.
I got like a 58% in organic chemistry. It was a passing grade somehow, but yeah, that gives you an insight on how much I know about like electron spins and shit. I can explain it better than Zoomer. Please do.
In general, is it tries to argue for God based on material things, and I don't like to do that because our understanding of the material world is constantly changing. So I feel like we build a house of cards if we make an argument for God based on material things. Because something that Alex O'Connor said in my video, like in my Answering Atheist Arguments video, I said science cannot speak to whether or not God exists. And then Alex O'Connor was like, okay, then why does Redeem Zoomer in this video use the cosmological argument? And my response is I was not using the cosmological argument. I was just listing it as one of the...
I don't know. Honestly, another part that I have respect for him for is being able to sit through all the criticism, because I have a really hard time sitting through criticisms of my videos. So, not unironically, I respect him for that.
Arguments some Christians do use. I do not particularly like the cosmological argument. Also in D tier, we have the teleological argument. It's basically the argument from design. So the most common form of this is like intelligent design. Stephen Mayer, who I actually talked to once in person. He just visited a church I was attending. Stephen Mayer is a big advocate of intelligent design and stuff, that, there's a lot of design in nature. There's too much complexity for it to have evolved naturally.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And I don't like this, because Darwinian evolution does explain the complexity in nature. Yes, there are some things that it's hard for Darwinian evolution to explain, but then you're doing a God of the Gaps,
pretty on point
and
so
I don't
far.
want to ever do a God of the Gaps. And I appreciate that Alex O'Connor recognized that I was avoiding the God of the Gaps fallacy. For example, I don't personally understand how Darwinian evolution could explain the development of the eye, for example. It seems like there's too much irreducible complexity.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, all of the arguments so far get an F for me, but the way he's explaining it is decent. So I'm not gonna nitpick on where he's placing them.
In
I
the
don't
eye.
care.
But just because I don't understand it doesn't mean there is not a science.
Okay, let's talk about the eye for a second, because it turns out the eye is very imperfectly designed. Did you guys know that? Like, the eye has a blind spot. We all know, the blind spot, right? It's up here. Like, if you were to, they can test it too in a clinical setting. If you stare straight ahead and they blink a dot up here, you won't be able to see it if it's in the right spot. And it's because, I don't remember exactly, but it's because of the way it evolved, so that the nerve bundles go over the receptor rather than under. Like, the place that they attach at is over top the receptor or something like that. And so in octopuses, they actually have perfectly, they're not perfect obviously, but they don't have a blind spot. There are some species that are the same way, but I'm pretty sure octopuses is one where the nerve bundles evolved underneath of it. But I forget exactly, I'm explaining this very poorly, but hopefully you guys get the idea. The blind spot, I think, just shoots this idea in the foot.
Scientific explanation. If I say I don't understand this, therefore God, then I'm doing the God of the Gaps
eyes
fallacy.
Are very limited, yeah.
Which is not a good argument.
And there are also animals that can see more colors than us, stuff like that.
If you just argue for God based on things science can't yet explain, then your reasons to believe in God will shrink as science gets more and more advanced, and that's never been the Christian way to do science. Christianity has always been the basis for science, not the gaps that science hasn't filled in yet. So, one form of the teleological argument
Hold on, what did he just say? Christianity? Hold on.
And that's never been the Christian way to do science. Christianity has always been the basis for science, not the gaps that science hasn't filled in yet. So, one form...
Oh, he's saying that, in a Christian worldview, Christianity is the basis for science. I disagree entirely. If you take the Bible literally, which a lot of Christian fundamentalists do, then science just goes out the window. You can't base science off of Christianity. I don't think that's possible.
Form of the teleological argument is sort of an intelligent design with biological things. There's another form of the teleological argument, which is the fine-tuning argument. And genetically modified skeptic actually considered this the best argument for God. Even though he's an atheist, I don't consider this a good argument. The fine-tuning argument basically says there's 4 fundamental constants in our universe, and if they were a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a degree different, our whole universe would collapse in on itself. For example, if gravity was one hair stronger, if the gravitational constant was one hair stronger, our entire universe would collapse on itself, and there would be no life or stars or planets. It would all just, the Big Bang would recollapse into one singularity because gravity would pull everything together. But if gravity was one hair weaker, then there also wouldn't be any life or stars or planets because everything would just spread out too thin. It wouldn't be able to condense. I might be getting the science of that a bit off. That's just what I've heard.
Yeah, that sounds really silly to me. I don't know if there's any credence to that at all. Let me look something up. Maybe there is. If gravity were stronger. But if gravitational constant were stronger. This. It's like a school question. Can you go away? If suddenly the value of G, the gravitational constant, increased to 1 billion times its actual value, what? locally on Earth, we would suddenly feel a sudden increase in weight, making it extremely difficult for us to move. Well, yeah, but that's if it had been suddenly. Like, obviously, the entire universe would be spread out completely differently if the gravitational constant were like a hair different. Like, because that would compound over time, right? And, you know, we don't know what would happen. We would just be shorter. Actual physicists use mostly variables for math and then plug them in later as the actual constants don't matter. Yeah, I don't think it's even remotely true. Like, the universe would be different. It would be different, but it wouldn't be, like, crazy, like, we can't even survive different, you know what I mean? Or, like, life would never evolve different. At least I don't think so. I don't know. If anybody can prove me wrong on that, feel free.
And yes, scientists admit that the universe does seem fine-tuned to support life, but here's the problem.
I disagree.
What Stephen Hawking would say...
If it were fine-tuned to support life, space would not be a thing. Empty space is like 99% of the fucking universe. It's just empty space. It's a vacuum, okay? We think about, like, space travel, you know, and, like, being able to, like, go to Mars, right? You guys understand how fucking far Mars is from Earth? Like, how it's insanely far. It is unfathomably far. Okay? And guess what's between there? Nothing. Literally nothing. Like, of course there's going to be, like, little debris here and there and little meteorites or whatever. But, like, there's nothing there. And so if there's just a vacuum there, there's no way to support that. So if, like, 99% of the universe is inhabitable for life, how the hell can you say that it's fine-tuned for life? Earth is fine-tuned for life because life was fine-tuned for Earth. Okay, this is a chicken and egg problem. And the obvious solution to this is that the Earth came first, life came after. We evolved to live on Earth, not the other way around. Our existence would be much different if not for the fact that we live on Earth. You know? So the fine-tuning thing is answered very easily by evolution, in my opinion.
Is there could be just infinite universes, and if there are infinite
you think we can make a drone that can sustain life on Venus? I highly doubt it. Venus is not the place you want to go. Mars would be, in theory, the easiest to terraform, because we think that life might have existed on Mars at one point already. But, and it has traces that would indicate that it's, like, very Earth-like. And there might be, like, frozen water underneath the surface. We don't know yet. But, yeah, terraforming is kind of it's possible in theory only. And by theory, I mean you maybe possibly could do it one day in the way far off future. But we can't even fucking keep our own planet in check. What the hell are people talking about terraforming Mars and Venus and shit? Like, are you kidding me? You can't even take care of the home planet that you were born on. You dense fuck. What are you talking about terraforming? Not you. I'm not trying to be mean to the person who said that. But like, that's my argument, is, like, really think about this for a second. Can a drone last on the surface? Oh, I don't know, actually. I'm sure that one day we'll be able to make a drone that could, like, feasibly, quote-unquote, survive on Venus. Sorry. Venus is an amazing if we don't stop climate change version of Earth. Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Universes, then obviously some of them are going to have the conditions
Earth
to support life. It's kind of like Earth has the conditions to support life, but there are billions and billions and billions of planets, so some of them are probably going to have the conditions to support life. So I'm not sure if I believe in the multiverse. They haven't proven nor disproven that, but
there's no
that is very much a possibility. So you don't want to say there is something we don't understand, therefore God, if there is a very reasonable, naturalistic possibility. And like I said, the teleological argument, just like the cosmological argument, is a form of arguing for God based on earthly or physical created realities, which I don't think we should do. All right, now, C tier, we have evidentialism. So evidentialism is very convincing to the average person. I've seen far more people convinced of Christianity by studying the evidence for the resurrection of Christ than have been convinced based on some, I don't know, philosophical, cosmological, or ontological argument. So the evidential perspective is very convincing to people. But I just don't think it's a good argument, because I don't think someone's salvation should depend on their ability to like do historical analysis and find evidence for.
Oh, so it's basically just there's evidence for God's existence. There's really no evidence at all. Anything that we find historically can be explained by science. Like, it can all be explained. And if it can't be, let's say that we find something that we simply can't explain scientifically, right? We'll eventually find a way to explain it. Like, you can't just fill in God. You know what I mean? There's plenty of things that we can't currently explain scientifically that people try to say, oh, well, it's just God doing it. You know? And that's not a scientific way of measuring what is actually causing, like, things like consciousness, or if we were to discover something that by all scientific means should not be there. Known scientific means, I should say. You guys get my point? Like, it's God of the gaps, basically. God of the gaps. You know what's amazing at convincing people to believe in Christianity? Indoctrination for youth at young ages. True. I was saying the problem here is he's not accounting for any other religion. He did account for it in Pascal's wager.
There's also evidence of modern things like demonic possessions and near-death experiences.
No, there's not. That's such bullshit. Demonic possessions and near-death experiences can both be explained scientifically. Demonic possession is usually something like schizophrenia or some other kind of mental illness or some kind of episode that people have, like seizures. People used to think that seizures are demonic possessions. Like, come on, we can't fully explain seizures yet, but we know that there's something going on in the brain that you can take medications for, or like cut the corpus callosum and stop the seizure disorder. Like, they can be explained through physical, tangible means. We just don't always have the way to explain it yet, because the brain's very complicated, evolutionarily speaking. As for near-death experiences, your brain floods itself with chemicals, basically like feel-good chemicals, right before you die. And so that's why people get the experience, like a euphoric experience of heaven, or seeing all your loved ones, or revisiting good times that you had in the past, you know, stuff like that. Not every near-death experience is the same, and people who claim that are being stupid. This is why you shouldn't rely on your senses all the time. Evidential gets an F from me. They all get an F. They're all stupid. My friend almost died in a car crash, and that's how his belief started, unless near-death experience is something else. No, that's exactly what it is. And it's fine if you believe it. It's fine if you really believe that you had a near-death experience and you saw God. Like, that's fine, I guess. But I just don't believe you. Like, I don't think that you actually saw God. You know, if you believe that, I'm not going to take that from you. But I don't believe it.
And you know, if you talk to any Caribbean person. Any person from the Caribbean will tell you that demons are real. It's a very Western Eurocentric thing to say that the supernatural never really happens. In other parts of the world, it happens so much.
Can they prove it? Do they have evidence of demons? Do they have like goat horns that like can't be found genetically on any animal on Earth? Do they have like satanic rituals that they do to summon them? Like, what is it? You know? And also, like, I don't entirely think that like anybody that's true of like anybody from the Caribbean. Yeah, it's very racist. It's very noble savage type shit, right? Like, I don't like this argument at all.
Much that the average person would be silly to deny it. And it makes sense. Like, if demons are real, it would make sense for them to do that. Here's why. The biggest problem...
Yeah, if demons are real, it would make sense for people to believe that demons are real. That's true. Good point, man. Very good point.
The biggest threat to Christianity in the West is atheism, basically.
Yeah, because what ends up it's the biggest threat to any religion. Because guess what ends up happening? If you start off from any point of religion, including atheism, which if you count it as a religion, right? If you start off from there, the most likely outcome is that you're either going to remain that same religion or become an atheist. You're not going to convert to any other religion usually. I mean, it happens. But atheism is a very natural endpoint when you start to think about these things rationally. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people also who go non-Abrahamic, like, you know, what some people would call pagans. There are people in my chat who don't like that, so I try not to use it. You know, stuff like that. But typically the biggest net, I guess, for people who kind of go away from Christianity is atheism. So that's true.
secular atheism is a big threat to the West.
Yeah, where's
so
the
if
evidence?
Demons started manifesting themselves
A big threat to
powerfully
the
in the
West,
West, everyone would run to church, which is not what the demons want, because...
No, I wouldn't. Are you kidding me? I'd run to the nearest gun store. What? If I saw demons, my first thought is not, oh my God. Like, unless they're literally saying we're here for the non-believers. You know what I mean? If they're saying we're here for the non-believers, I mean, yeah, if church is like the one way to save my fucking life and that of the people that I care about, then yeah, I'll run to fucking church. But I don't think that's a good like, if God literally sends demons for the non-believers, I feel like that's a very shit God. And eventually I would declare war on him. Guns can spot demons. Can stop demons. I don't know. Guess what? Demons aren't real. It worked in fucking, what's the game called? Not Helldiver. It's Helldivers is different. What's the game called where you go to Doom? It worked in Doom. That guy uses guns on demons. So, you know. You don't know until you try. Everyone's sitting there praying for the demons to go away. Y'all ever tried blasting them? So anyway, I start blasting, you know?
You know, the West is a historically Christian land. By the way, if atheists are... I already can hear the atheists typing in all caps in the comments section. I'm just saying, from a Christian perspective, it would make sense that demons would manifest themselves more in non-historically Christian lands than historically Christian lands. I think you...
Yes. The heathens, you see, have all the demons that manifest there. Has anybody ever actually captured one on video? You know, like they'll say, oh, look, this person's possessed by a demon. And then it's like a person having a seizure. And then they fucking die because they don't get healthcare because everybody's around them's convinced that they're possessed by a demon and trying to like throw holy water and salt on them. You know, like that's how that usually ends up going down.
You can at least agree with that if you assume Christianity is true, which I know you don't. I'm just saying...
The demon got him.
That does explain to me, as a Christian, why people of other...
What happened? Oh, I don't know. He just started shaking and then collapsed on the floor and kept shaking. So we turned him on his back, and, you know, then he threw up and choked on it. And the demon just got him. You know, what can I say? The demon got him. We tried throwing salt water on him, and it didn't work.
Cultures like the Caribbean where there's, like, voodoo and stuff, why they have much more personal experiences of the demonic than in the West. So evidentialism, it can work. And there's also evidence of some other things, like some people try to look for evidence of like Noah's flood or whatever. I don't know. I'm not that into that stuff because, like I said, someone's salvation shouldn't depend on their ability to dig through historical documents. That's also kind of why I'm not convinced by the arguments for Catholicism or Eastern Orthodoxy being the one true church, by the way, because they both have like equally convincing historical arguments. So at the end of the day, from their perspective,
I mentioned this in my last video that I'm about to release. I think tomorrow probably. I don't mind your religion nearly as much if like you, like what I used to believe, which is like if you live your life decently, you know, and you do your best not to hurt other people, you go to heaven. And there's no such thing as hell. There's purgatory. Like you sit in purgatory, think about what you've done, you repent, and then you go to heaven. I think that's fine, you know, because you don't want heaven full of a bunch of fucking criminals. Like violent criminals. So like you sit in purgatory, you get rehabilitated, and then you go to heaven. I think that's a fine belief system to have. But that's not what people like Redeemed Zoomer believe. He believes in hell, and he believes that people who don't believe without evidence go to hell. And I don't like that.
Salvation depends on their ability to privately judge which historical arguments have more weight. The next one is personal experience. Now, this is kind of the biggest reason I believe in God. One of the two. This plus another one I'm going to get to.
Well, this is personal experience is like the lowest level of evidence you can possibly have. F tier, dog shit.
Two is the biggest reason I believe in God. Like, I've personally experienced things that are unexplainable without God.
I'd love to hear some of them.
But that's not going to convince anyone else. Personal experience is very good for convincing oneself that God exists, but very bad for convincing...
My dad tries to use this one on me, and I won't get into the specifics because I love my dad, and he, you know, I don't want to, I really don't want to rail against him, man, but he really does try with his personal experience bullshit, and I'm just like, Dad, I'm sorry, like, I just wasn't there. And also, even if this did happen to you, that doesn't explain, like, why there's still suffering in the world. If you have an all-powerful, all-loving God, once again, that, I've said this several times, that loves everybody and is all-powerful, why do people suffer? Why does suffering exist? It doesn't make any sense. These are arguments for God, yes.
Convincing anyone else, because it's personal. No one can step into the shoes of someone else's personal experience. So I would say it's C tier. I'm surprised genetically modified.
But if you have, if you see something or hear something that nobody else can see or hear and you attribute it to God, I'm contributing it to a trick of your mind. Okay? It's still your experience. When you talk, okay, let's take schizophrenia, for example. When you take somebody who has schizophrenic disorder or schizoaffective disorder or whatever, they usually have what's called hallucinations, which can be tactile hallucinations, like the feeling of bugs crawling on your skin, for instance, is a common one. You can have visual hallucinations. I had one guy once tell me that he thought he saw a knight in armor in the hallway. And the key here is that person saw that. That person saw that. That doesn't mean that it was actually there, but that person saw it and experienced it, And I don't take that away from people. There's a very important distinction here. But what becomes a problem is when you say, no, that objectively happened, okay? This goes outside of the realm of personal experience. You say, no, that objectively happened. There really was a knight in armor in the hallway who told me that, I need to praise and worship God. When nobody else could see or hear it. That's where it comes from. Is your brain, not from God.
Skeptic put it in A tier. Maybe he was doing that. Maybe he was doing that in order to say, the best arguments that religious people have are from personal experience, but I don't think that's true. Okay, so now we get into B tier. So
I do want to say, for the record, telling people about your personal experiences, unfortunately, can have a profound impact on them. Personal experiences are very convincing to the average person, especially if you're close to them, I should say. If you have a family member or a friend who claims to have had a personal experience with God, you're much more likely to believe them. It's unfortunate, but that's just the way of the world. I've had personal experiences with hallucinations and mental illness. I want to share these with you. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be mental illness. It can be like a drug. It can just be your brain playing tricks on you. God sent me a sign by the shadow on the ground said the letter S. And I realized, oh my God, I haven't studied for my finals yet. And the S stands for study. And so that's when I realized I have to go study. It's no, you attributed the letter on the ground that you perceived as an S to the fact that you haven't studied yet. It triggered a neuronal connection in your brain. Okay, that's not God sending you a sign. It's simply not, So I don't buy the personal experience thing. But where I was going with that is it doesn't have to be a mental illness. Sorry, I feel like I've been losing track a lot lately of where my brain came from and where it's going. So it doesn't even have to be mental illness. It can be a drug. It can be just your brain playing a trick on you, or just an association that your brain made.
So the moral argument I'd put in B tier. I think the moral argument is
Really?
a pretty good argument. I think most atheist philosophers would agree that morality is not objective if God does not exist. And even if atheists may claim that morality is subjective, almost nobody really believes it. Almost everyone has this sense and lives as if...
Hold on, I'm going to grab my hand warmers. I got my gray ones. I'm thinking about making these to put on the store. Would you guys like that? Inscribe my symbol on them. I think that'd be pretty sick. All right, let's keep going.
Morality is objective. Now, just because belief in God can epistemologically justify objective morality, that doesn't mean religious people will always agree on what's moral. The atheist could say that Christians have disagreed on slavery, which they absolutely have. Christians have disagreed on many moral issues. Religious people of all kinds have disagreed on moral issues.
True.
But if you believe in God, you at least have a foundation to say morals are objective, and therefore we can impose morals on other people. The moral argument is based.
See that, but you literally just said it. Like, I'm imposing my moral compass upon you because, I don't see where this is supposed to be convincing yet. You know what I mean?
Basically,
all you're saying is I'm right and you're wrong, and I know that because I believe in God. Like, that's all this is.
Because people on Earth disagree what right and wrong is, then can something be objective?
Also, real quick, since I brought it up, please go to my, I know it says it at the beginning of every video, but go to my site, or my shop, etsy.com/shop/guntergrabs. You can find the link in the description. We've got stress balls that you can buy. We've got keychains. We've got little, here, let me go full screen real quick. We got, what are they called? What are they called again, chat? Coasters. We got coasters you can buy. Etsy.com/shop/AlecGunter. They got my logo on them. They're very cool. Keychains, stretch balls, coasters, and then also stickers. You can get stickers. Buy today while they're in stock. They're selling like hotcakes. No, I actually haven't sold much yet. But please, go to my shop. All right.
Right or wrong. The only way it can be objectively right or wrong is if there is supreme authority, which is what we would call God. Like, in a culture, like, let's say 90% of a culture believes it is good and right to horribly persecute the 10%. You would have the majority agreeing on a certain moral value. Would that make it right? Most people instinctively would say no. So I think the moral argument is a pretty good argument for God. Now, the atheist could say that, yes, even if we feel like morality is objective, that doesn't mean it's true. Like, one of the fallacies, or maybe it's one of the cognitive biases, is like a just world hypothesis. Just because, like, we feel it ought to be true doesn't mean it is true. And they have a good point there. Next is from consciousness. Now, I went over in my video about the arguments for God.
Oh, so this is going to say, like, okay, our consciousness itself proves God's existence. That's not true either. Just because something exists does not mean that it came from God. And just because we can't understand it, like, we don't understand consciousness yet, not fully. One day we will, hopefully. And if we ever are able to understand it, then maybe we can even recreate it from scratch, Perhaps. Who's to say? I don't know why you would do that, but you could. But right now, we don't understand it, and that's fine. But attributing that to God just limits it just limits scientific progress on understanding it. You know what I mean? So I just don't like it. And it's not convincing.
Consciousness and the experience of being, just aware is irreducible. You cannot study it scientifically. Now, it is God of the gaps. When you try to use God or the supernatural, I don't think this is really an argument for God. I think it's more an argument for the human soul. It is God of the gaps if you try to use something supernatural to fill in the gaps of what science hasn't discovered yet.
He's not wrong.
But consciousness is something that science, by definition, cannot answer.
I disagree. What do you mean by definition cannot answer? It hasn't answered it yet. There's a lot of things that science in history has not been able to explain, like disease, like evolution was something that we couldn't explain. There's no reason that we can't eventually explain consciousness, though. There's no reason to believe that. You're just saying that because we don't understand it yet, and so this isn't a statement that you can prove or disprove at this point in time. It's lazy thinking. It's contrived bullshit. It's contrived bullshit. You just made that up.
It's not just that science does not yet have an answer to human consciousness.
Yes,
it's that science cannot answer the question of human consciousness. Yes, science can study the brain, and science can study the brain chemicals, that brain chemicals correlate to feeling certain things or experiencing certain things, but those chemicals are not the same as the experience of that thing itself. Here's why science
No.
cannot analyze consciousness.
Okay.
You can only observe your own consciousness. You cannot observe anyone else's consciousness. For all you know,
Not
you
yet.
could be a solipsist. For all you know, you might be the only person who exists because you cannot observe anyone else's consciousness. And science depends on observation.
Or I guess you can't observe anyone else's consciousness. I guess not. But we can derive that other people are conscious, though. You know? And I don't think that's an explanation. Like, just because I can't experience what somebody else is experiencing doesn't mean, like, the nature of consciousness itself is not an argument in favor of God. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't mean that God exists. That's all there is to it. Crawl, you know, Zoomer, you're a shrimp. He's a shrimp in a fish tank being experimented on by people who decided to give him virtual reality goggles, right? And that's and they also like gave him like super intelligence for a shrimp, and so that's why he's you know, able to articulate all these thoughts. We all just live in a virtual reality experiment. I can observe that Alec is conscious and self-aware by asking him. Yeah, but you could do the same thing with, you know, chatbot AI or whatever it is. So that's really not... Like, I can't literally know that you're conscious. I can't know that, okay? But I can derive that probability from my surroundings and my... It's not Pascal's wager. It's Occam's razor. Occam's razor. The most likely explanation is the simplest one. And the simplest one is that, yes, you're conscious because you act sort of like how I do. And, you know, in various capacities, like being able to choose what actions you take next. You have some similar features to me. And so the simplest explanation is, yes, you're conscious.
The scientific method depends on being able to observe things. So science cannot say anything about that which we cannot observe. And that is why science cannot answer the question of consciousness. So you could just say it's a mystery, but the only way...
In fact, we actually just got new research on why noble gases affect the brain. I think. Noble gases and neuroprotection from bench to bedside. Inert gases such as helium, argon, and xenon have gained considerable attention for their medical value. Noble gases present an intriguing scientific paradox. Although extremely chemically inert, they display a remarkable spectrum of clinically useful biological properties. Despite a relative paucity of knowledge about their mechanisms of action, some noble gases have been used successfully in clinical practice. The neuroprotection elicited by these noble gases has been investigated in experimental animal models of various types of brain injuries, such as traumatic brain injury, stroke, subarachnoid hemorrhage, cerebral ischemic/reperfusion injury, and neurodegenerative disease. Collectively, these central nervous system injuries are a leading cause of morbidity and mortality every year worldwide. So even though we don't understand it completely, we know that these supposedly inert and unreactive gases affect our consciousness, you know? And so if you ascribe to the idea of a soul, right, and like an underlying constant to your behavior, then why do things like noble gases work? Why is it that when you get brain injury, you completely change your personality? Like, none of that makes any sense. There is a physical component to consciousness. Something that is there, that we can eventually measure and observe. We just haven't done it yet. But we're getting closer.
Way to answer the question of consciousness is with some sort of supernatural metaphysical system that goes beyond what science itself can say. All right, now in A tier, we have the transcendental argument.
Okay.
This is articulated pretty well by people like Jay Dyer, some of those Orthodox people, Eastern Orthodox. It's presuppositionalism, which is common in some parts of the Reformed tradition, is pretty similar to this. It basically says when people just...
By the way, I want to clarify, the new research is not that noble gases affect the brain. I think that I couldn't find the exact article, but it's research that basically says stuff like they're starting to figure out why the inert gases affect the brain. Like it's something to do with, I don't even remember. It's so complicated, but it's something to do with, it's very chemical, scientific stuff. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, please feel free to link it.
Think logically, there are a lot of assumptions they take for granted that they can't prove. Like, people assume that there is uniformity in nature. People assume that truth exists. There's a lot of assumptions that people make that they can't prove. You can't prove that truth exists. That's impossible. So...
But truth meaning what? Because that can mean a number of things. Like, what I know, the only thing that I know for certain that is true is that I am experiencing things, right? I think, therefore I am. That's the only thing I know for sure. That is my objective truth, is that I experience things. It could all be fake, it could all be made up, whatever, but I experience things. He's starting to assume. But as far as like, whether or not there's like an objective truth, I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, it exists in context, exactly. Like the truth of the sky being blue, right? Well, that's true if the sky's actually blue. Like if it's currently, you look up and the color, whatever, the electromagnetic spectrum, I think, right? Like, or what is it called? The light spectrum is, my brain can't do scientific terminology right now. You guys get my point. But maybe the sky's not actually blue. Maybe it's actually some other color right now, and I'm just experiencing, like we're collectively experiencing it as blue. But does that make it not true? If everybody experiences it as blue? Like, I don't know. Like, you know, there's no answer to whether or not there's like an objectively blue sky in that sense. But in context, we call it blue. Everyone experiences it as blue. Therefore, we call it blue. A standard reaction of interactions to the atmosphere. What you see is what you see, yeah. I find all this of Christianity so frustrating because it's inherently hostile and coercive. Yeah, like, I wouldn't care as much if they want to, like, sit down and discuss this stuff if it wasn't for the fact that they say that, like, oh, it's objective truth that, like, you're either biological male or biological female, and you can't change that, and all these trans woke nonsense, and you shouldn't be gay because you can't, like, that's, like, get rid of all of that, and then my problems with religion pretty much dissipate, you know? I do think, though, there is an inherent problem. There is one inherent problem, and that's that religion opens up the pathway to just believing things on principle or, like, out of faith, and I don't like that very much. You should be able to critically analyze the things that you believe and have evidence for them. That's what I think.
These unproven assumptions make a lot more sense in a worldview where God exists and all of reality is upheld by the mind of God than in a worldview where God does not exist, and these assumptions are just human assertions that they're assuming without evidence. So that's basically the transcendental argument. My version of the transcendental argument is using the three transcendentals: goodness, truth, and beauty. Truth is really the only one you could make an actual argument for. Goodness and beauty are just things that, you know, I think are important to think about. The three...
But then why mention them? Goodness and beauty are both very subjective, and actually so is truth to a certain extent, just like we talked about. You know? It may be a schizophrenic person's truth that they saw a man in armor in the hallway, and I can't say that that person did not see that, but... You know, like, that's their subjective truth. Because subjectively, I did not see it, right? And subjectively, most people did not see it. The vast majority, everybody except that person saw it. But their truth is, they saw a man in armor in the hallway. That's their truth. And they're not lying. They did see that. You know what I mean? It's just that it's not, like, tangibly there for the rest of us. So, in that sense, I think that truth can be subjective.
Transcendentals, goodness, truth, and beauty. Jordan Cooper, very great Lutheran theologian, talks about this a lot. Goodness, truth, and beauty are all objective because they're all rooted in God's nature. That which is good is that which conforms to God's nature. That which is beautiful.
Some people think that like rainstorms are beautiful, and other people think that they're ugly as sin. Some people think that I'm beautiful, and some people think I'm ugly as sin. And and that's the one objective lie that people tell sometimes, is that I'm ugly. But in all seriousness, like truth and all three are subjective. All three are subjective, and I can make very strong arguments that they are.
Is that which conforms to God's nature. That which is true is that which conforms to God's nature. But goodness, truth, and beauty can only be objective if God exists, but everyone instinctively knows that goodness, truth, and beauty are objective. And especially
no, that's
truth.
not true.
Because if truth is not objective, then the statement, truth is not objective, is that statement objectively true? If yes, objective truth exists. If it's not true, then objective truth exists. So I think you can argue just like...
What? Did he just word salad me?
Truth is not objective. Is that statement objectively true? If yes, objective truth exists. If it's not true, then objective truth...
Oh, come on. That's such a lazy way of putting it, man. Like, yes, okay, technically you could say objectively truth is subjective, okay? And that would be like an objective truth. But is it? Because some things are just objectively true. Like the word, like this is just a word game that we're playing. It's a word game we're playing. It all goes back to a word game. Because what we consider objective is subjective. If you guys really think about it. Okay? Because once again, like, think about like a color that like, think about people who are colorblind. Well, let's say that everybody on Earth was colorblind, right? Except for one person. And this one person can see colors that other people can't see. But there's really not a whole lot that they can do with that information because nobody else can see those colors. But everybody on Earth thinks that objectively, the color range is like red, blue. Like you can see the colors red, blue, and green. You can't see any other colors. Orange, yellow, black. Well, you guys got my point, right? So would the objective truth then be that those colors don't exist? You know? But one person can still see them. You guys got my point? Like, we could have this philosophical argument back and forth. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to a word game that he's playing. We have science to how much humans can see data. We can do tests on that person's vision. Okay, yes, fine. You can do tests on that person's vision. I don't know. Maybe that's not the best example. Intersubjective is a good word. It's objective to the extent that we can agree on it, but we do have to agree on it. Yeah, it's really complicated. I don't know if I have the brain power for it. I was going to say I don't know if I have the brain power for it now, but honestly, I don't know if I have it at all. We know cats can see a higher energy spectrum. Yeah. So there are colors that we can't see that exist. At least in the sense he's putting it in, it's not objective. I don't feel like I'm making the best case. But truth doesn't have to be objective, is my point. I have a big but smooth brain. Yes, exactly. Like, truth can be subjective. It just depends on how you're using the two words. They're words that we made up.
Truth exists. So I think you can argue just logically that objective truth exists.
Also, I want to put out there for the record, I don't think this is a very useful conversation. I think the most useful conversations we can be having are, what things can we observe to be true? What things help us? You know, and what things hurt us? You know, things like that. You know, what objectively makes the world better, so to speak? You know? And when I say objectively make the world better, what I mean is it broadens our understanding, it increases our freedom, you know, things like that. That's what I would consider to be like objective truth. You know? Yeah, you can't just argue or assume that objective truth exists. I agree.
But I think because truth is one of those transcendentals, it cannot exist unless God exists. And I know you could pick that apart. There's criticisms of the transcendental argument. It's one of my personal favorites because I really do think that there are a lot of assumptions we take for granted. I really think that theology is the basis for science. That's why I prefer the transcendental argument to the cosmological argument. I don't think science leads us to God. I think God leads us to science, because it really was the church that formed the basis for modern science. Yes, there was a...
I don't think that's true at all, is it? What? That's not true at all. The church formed the basis for modern science source? Even I believe science and religion are two different realms. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. They're just completely different. Yeah, it's scientific method shit. Like, you cannot use the scientific method to prove or disprove God. Therefore, God is not scientific. So God can't lead you to science. That's impossible.
Ancient Greek science, there was Islamic science. But modern science, as we know it today, was started by people who believed that the world was designed by an intelligent God.
Yeah, but that wasn't necessary. Even if they did believe that the world was designed by an intelligent God, they can still believe that while doing like research on things that they can prove and disprove. You know, that they can support and refute. But you don't have to have God in that equation. You don't have to. He's just like an extra addendum. Hello, Heathen Granny.
And that motivated them to study the world. Now, that doesn't, just because they believe that, doesn't mean God is real. It is possible that the church could have started science, and then science ends up undermining what the church believes. That's what Alex O'Connor said in response to me. That is a possibility. I'm just saying, I like the transcendental argument because I think these assumptions about God, I think theology precedes all the other sciences. Theology was called the queen of the sciences in the Middle Ages. So, yeah, I like that one. I also really like the ontological argument. Now, I don't use the ontological argument when I'm trying to talk to one of my unbelieving friends. If I talk to one of my unbelieving friends, I use the evidential argument and the moral argument. Because the ontological argument is very difficult to understand. It was articulated by Saint Anselm of Canterbury, and I think Anselm is one of the greatest theologians ever. I think he's my fourth favorite theologian behind Athanasius, Augustine, and John Calvin. St. Anselm was so based, he thought of so many cool things, and he founded medieval scholasticism.
I can't stand when people like him use the word based. It just undermines the word.
He disagreed with Thomas Aquinas, or rather Thomas Aquinas disagreed with him, because Aquinas was much later. Aquinas didn't like the ontological argument, but I favor Anselm over Aquinas.
Exactly, Plague Mercury.
So the ontological argument basically says, God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived.
Okay, yeah. So God, basically he's saying God is the top of, like, you could put this a lot more simply. So, like, God is infinity. God is infinite. Like, that's what it is. Because the only thing that nothing great can be conceived greater than is infinity. Because you can think of numbers down and down and down and down the line, right? Like 100 septillion, whatever. But then what's greater than 100 septillion? 100 septillion and 1. So all he's saying is that God is infinite.
If you think you can conceive of something greater than God, then that thing is God. Gavin Ortland has a great video on the ontological argument, which I highly recommend. Gavin Ortland from Truth Unites, another great YouTube pastor that I would...
You know what's greater than God? Cheese sticks. Motherfucking mozzarella cheese sticks. Crispy. You dip them in some marinara sauce. That shit's delicious, okay? That's greater than God. So, mozzarella cheese sticks, you are now God. I accept this.
Highly recommend to everyone. So the ontological argument says God is defined as that than which nothing greater can be conceived.
Some people say it's the
greatest possible being, but I think that than which nothing greater can be conceived is a better way to put it. And that means God is all-powerful, because a being who is all-powerful is greater than a being who is not all-powerful. It means God is all-good, because a being who is all-good is greater than a being who is not all-good. And it means that God exists, because a being that exists is greater than a being that doesn't exist. And you could say, just because we can think of such a being doesn't mean it actually exists. Well, actually, it does, because a being that exists in reality is greater than a being that exists in our mind. So there is such a thing as that than which nothing greater can be conceived. Now,
That was a lot of word salad. I don't think that any of what he just said makes sense. Just because there is, just because the concept of infinity basically has to exist in some capacity does not mean that God exists. And even if God does exist, it's not necessarily the Christian God, okay? Like, if there is some kind of divine, conscious, purposeful creator, that doesn't mean it's the Christian God. And I know that he addressed this earlier in Pascal's Wager, but he really didn't. He needs to address it here, too. It makes sense, kind of, but it's fallacious for sure. If I can imagine the flying spaghetti monster existing, it must exist. Yeah, I don't know, like, and also, like, a being that is good is greater than a being that's not good. Being good is very subjective. It can be, at least. Like, is it, like, this would be like the, like, take the trolley problem, for instance. That has a lot of people mixed up on what the good outcome, like the better outcome, I should say, is. Obviously, the good outcome is nobody in the trolley problem dies. But if you have one person tied down to a track and the train is headed toward, if you have 5 people tied down to a track and the train is headed toward them, is it good to change the track so that it goes to where only one person is tied down to the track? So therefore, fewer people die. We don't know. There's no way of ascertaining this with the information given to us. Like, typically, fewer people dying is good. But then also, you're influencing that decision. For one thing, that's an argument that a lot of people make. For another thing, we don't know the identities of the person. What if it's 5 children, like, or 1 child versus 5 adults? Like, there's all kinds of questions you can ask that basically force you to subjectively come to your own version of the most moral outcome in this scenario. So goodness is not objective. And if goodness is not objective, then you can't say that, being more good than something else makes you, like, better. You know what I mean? There's no objective way of determining that. It is trying to define God into existence, but that's not how reality works. All things being equal, it just comes down to the model of ethics you use. Yeah, and models of ethics don't always agree with each other. What if all the passengers are clones of baby Hitler? So they're all Vosh, is what you're saying? That's a good point.
You could say, another response is, okay, what if I use this to argue for the existence of a perfect turtle or a self-existent pizza? What if I say, like,
true,
my perfect pizza is a pizza which no greater pizza can be conceived? Well, the problem with that is that the definition of pizza implies limitations. I made a funny line in my video about the arguments for God that people seem to think was funny. If your pizza gets infinitely great, it'll turn into God. But if God is infinitely good and powerful, then how can imperfection possibly stem from that? A perfect being cannot create imperfection, and yet here we are, imperfect on multiple levels. Okay, fallible, non-infinite, incapable of understanding what seem to be basic concepts of reality, like consciousness. Like, we're very imperfect. How the hell did God create us if he himself is perfect? And why? Okay? Why would a perfect being create imperfection, is my question. He can't be all good. He can't. Pizza has infinite size, infinite power, and is eternal. A pizza of infinite size and infinite eternity and infinite power, that's not a pizza, that's God. Okay? Same with the turtle. The definition of everything except God implies limitations. And there's been many, many different articulations of the ontological argument. There's a Gödel's ontological argument with, like, mathematical proofs and stuff. I kind of understand it. I am a math student. That's mainly what I study.
So if you can say that an infinitely large and delicious pizza is God, right? Infinitely large and delicious and whatever, and infinitely powerful is God, then why can you not just say that, like, again, we run into the problem of, why does your Christian God exist then? This doesn't answer that. So this is not an argument in favor of Christianity. This is just an argument in favor of an infinite, all-powerful, all-knowing entity of some sort.
one day I hope to understand what he's trying to say. He uses like proofs logic about how certain things can be like vacuously true. I don't understand it enough to know if I like it or not. But generally speaking, the ontological argument is taken most seriously by mainstream philosophers of all the arguments for God. It's not that they necessarily believe in it, it's just the most well-respected, I believe. But now, in S tier, my favorite argument for God is the argument from mathematics.
Let's go, mathematically proving God,
I did admit
baby.
that my video about responding to atheist arguments was a bad one. But I did make a different video about how math proves God, and a lot of atheists said that was bad. No, I stand by that one. There are things in mathematics that prove God beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond the slightest shadow of a doubt.
That's not true. I'm sorry.
Now, even if we didn't have things like the Mandelbrot set or Euler's identity, I think the fact that math contains infinite information proves the existence of an infinite mind to contain that infinite information. Like, there's an infinite number of numbers.
No, it doesn't. What? Just because something exists doesn't mean that somebody, like, can ascertain it and understand it, you know? Like, there are things that exist that are beyond comprehension to us. And that's just, like, so there are things that we may never learn that exist nonetheless. And we just have to, you know, be fine with that. But those things existing doesn't mean necessarily that a consciousness must exist which understands them. Sometimes things just exist. Sometimes, you know, it's fine that things just exist. And yeah, we invented numbers. Good point. Our understanding of math is our understanding. God did not make math. We did, humans. Really, really, the least of a proof is his God tier. Dividing by 0 is proof of God. True. What is God? Any number over 0.
Is all that information stored? And you could say those numbers aren't actually all real. Those numbers are just things that we made up to explain the world.
True.
So there aren't actually an infinite number of numbers. There are only as many numbers as we can think of. But the thing that puts the nail in the coffin of that idea is the Mandelbrot set. The Mandelbrot set was clearly discovered by us. It was not invented by us. The debate in mathematics is whether math is invented or discovered. If it's invented, then that's not an argument for God, because math is just something we made. But if it's discovered, then who made math? And since math is infinite, then if it was created, it had to be created by an infinite being, if math is infinite, which math is.
Math was not created. Math is our understanding of how numbers work. Okay, we made math. Yeah, it's pattern discovery. It's just a complex way which helps us understand the universe. That's all math is. Okay, and it can be very complex, and it can go on for infinity. But we still created it. We created the concept of infinity. That is a human creation. Okay, the only reason we're even having this discussion right now is because humans like invented that concept. You know. So I just find this argument silly. Like, there's no mathematical proof of God. And if there were, then, like, all the mathematicians and scientists in the world would agree that God exists. And they don't. So there's not.
Is infinite. So the Mandelbrot set,
at least not
it's
yet.
The shape with infinite complexity. It's not just one of those regular fractals
they agree
where
that
it
infinity
repeats the same shape over and over again. The Mandelbrot set basically generates new complexity the more you zoom in on it. And you can zoom in forever and ever and ever, and you will never stop finding new things. Anytime you zoom in on the Mandelbrot set enough, you could see a shape that no human has ever seen before, and this shape is all generated by one simple equation. I don't like answers in Genesis because
but you know what humans have seen before? Lines, faces, you know, like shape faces, and which are also concepts invented by humans. Okay, so just because there's a shape that nobody has ever seen before, now somebody's seen it. You know, and even if we can like randomly generate an infinite number of things, that doesn't mean there's like some kind of divine creator doing that. That doesn't prove a divine creator. I just don't understand this argument at all. This is equivalent to saying pi has infinitely many digits and they never repeat, therefore God made pi. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no... And also, like, if God did make pi, right? Like if God was like tinkering around in his God lab and he's like, how do I make a circle? You know, how do I make a perfect circle? Like SpongeBob sitting down, drawing the head and then erasing it to make the perfect circle, right? His version of that is, what if I have this extraordinarily complex pi variable that nobody that I create with a finite capacity for understanding, mind you, will be able to like completely write out, you know? Perfect. Let's set it into place. It's like if God were perfect, I would expect the constant to be a lot more comprehensible. You know what I mean? Like pi. That I would expect that to be a lot more comprehensible. You're just sneaking in the assumption that someone decided the value of pi. It's circular. Pi is about 3, but we say 10 just to be safe. True. Pi is about 10.
Young Earth creationists, but they do have a good video about how this really displays the infinite mind of God. Broken clock is right twice a day. So, yeah, the mathematical argument of creationists, but they do have a good video about how this really displays the infinite mind of God. Broken clock is right twice a day. So, yeah, the mathematical argument is great. There's also Euler's identity. Euler's identity, it was discovered by Leonard Euler, one of the greatest mathematicians ever, and he was a devout Calvinist like me, and he saw this as proof that God exists once he discovered it. There's like the 5 most important...
Yeah, but you're starting from the assumption that God is already real and then finding proof for it. You're not starting from the question of, is God real? You know what I mean? You can't. Like, if you already believe in God, you can't start from that assumption. You know? Like, does that make sense? Like, you're finding ways to justify what you already have preconceived notions about. You're finding solutions for a problem that you made up.
Important numbers in mathematics are 0, 1, e, I, and pi. For those of you who are not educated in
Calvinist
math,
entails.
e is a number that explains exponential functions because e to the x is the only equation that is its own derivative, the only non-trivial equation that is.
I'm sorry, this is such nerd shit.
I is the basis for all the imaginary numbers. Imaginary numbers...
Call me stupid, but this is too much nerd shit for me.
Numbers aren't fake numbers. They're only called imaginary because they don't correspond to real things. Because you can say, I have 3 apples.
Calvinism, limited atonement means that Christ's sacrifice was exclusively for the elect and only efficient for their salvation. What? Do they believe in predestination? My stepfam does this, basically ascribing the wonder, the wonder they find in the world to be definitive proof of their idea of God. Yeah, it's just a very basic way of saying the world has stuff in it, therefore God. Basically, God chooses who they want to save. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really stupid.
Apples, you can't say I have 3 apples. And of course, most people know what pi is. Pi is the number that explains both the area and a circumference of the circle. So...
Imaginary numbers do correspond to something they're used in surveying. I don't know much about imaginary numbers. I just know that they're a thing, and it's a little bit beyond my comprehension.
There's pi, there's e, there's I. 1 is obviously one of the most important numbers because it's the basis for all.
Yeah, but there's no proof
numbers.
God. If anything, they disprove
0
him.
is actually a very important number because it wasn't until the I think it was either the Islamic or the...
If God exists, here's my final destination argument. If God exists, we should all know about it. There should be not a shred of doubt. You know why? Because if God is infinite, all-knowing, all-powerful, and wants us to believe in him, he would make damn well sure that we do. He would make it beyond question. Okay? He would prove it. Because God, unlike science, would be able to prove just about anything. All right? Science can't prove it, but God sure as fuck can. He's all-powerful. And the fact that I do not believe in God is proof in and of itself that God does not exist, because otherwise he would make me believe in him. Or he would have created me so that I believe in him. Because clearly that's what he wants, right? He wants me to believe in him and show him worship and praise. Why did he not just make a bunch of little puppets then? And then you get into like, oh, well, he wanted freedom of choice. I'm still predetermined by certain variables in my life to make certain choices. Not predetermined per se, but like primed, let's say primed, okay, to make certain choices based on things that have happened to me, things that are happening now, my environment, etc. So you can influence people's decision making, is my point. And if you can influence people's decision making, and he wants people to know that he exists and worship him, he would have done that. He's all powerful. If there are factors outside of his control, he's not all powerful. And if freedom of choice is a factor outside of his control, then he's not all powerful. Like, this doesn't make any sense. It's all incoherent, nonsense, gibberish, bullshit. I don't care about your mathematical proofs. I don't. Okay? At the end of the day, all of this is a fucking excuse to hate gay and trans people. Right? Like, let's be real. At the end of the day, all of this is an excuse to have power over people. That's all it is. That's all any of this is. And if you think that it's anything else, I would love to hear your opinion on it. Honestly, like, come on to my show. Let's hear it. But this shit right here is just a power grab. You're trying to make excuses for the fact that you want to control other people's lives.
Indian mathematicians that discovered zero, that we were able to do algebra because zero acts as a placeholder. So those 5 numbers, 0, I, E, 1, and pi.
But please
that
continue.
was a weird order I said them in. All of them are connected by a beautiful equation. E to the power of pi times I plus 1 equals 0. And it is such a coincidence that they work together that way. And yes,
no! We made up the numbers! What do you mean that's a coincidence they work together this way? We made up the numbers! We made them up. It doesn't have to work out like that. Okay? It just makes the most sense that they do. That doesn't prove God. What? That doesn't prove God. No. That's not how that works. That's not how math works. Does S stand for schizo tier? It's a good one.
Once you understand the math behind it, once you understand complex numbers, complex analysis, you can see why it works. It's not like a complete coincidence. But
Exactly,
the fact that it does
Blaster
work
Master.
like that, the fact that math all fits together, and the more you study math, the more you
We
see
made
that it
it
all fits
fit!
together, that I
We
think
did
is
that!
indisputable proof of God. And I prefer to argue from math for God than to argue from science.
Yeah, we also derived the equation that proves that relationship. Exactly. Thank you, Saki Tanuki.
Some people say math is a science. No, math is not a science. Science relies on evidence, observations, and experiments.
It's just people talking
Math
now. I
relies
don't care.
on logical proof. I am a Platonist, a mathematical Platonist. I believe that mathematical truths are more real than physical truths. Because physical truths, every scientific experiment and observation is an approximation. It's never exact. But mathematics is exact. And I think we should argue for God based on mathematics and logic rather than trying to appeal to physical things. So that's my opinion, and that's my response to the crappy atheist video that I made that got lots of responses. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you all later.
Cool. Yeah, that didn't convince me at all. Sorry. Okay, I think that's good. He sure is the things understander. Indeed. I'm sorry, but I cannot stand... I don't know how many... I don't think I'm going to watch more of his videos. Maybe if he drops a banger, but I can't watch things like that. It's too much people talking, too many big words. I feel like I'm... I don't want to blow my own horn too much, but I feel like I'm pretty good at taking things that are like at a higher... At least things I understand, I should say. I'm not like a genius, but things that are like at a relatively complicated and dumbing it down to so that somebody like me can understand it. You know what I mean? Because somebody like me, I have to have things to explain to me Like I should say I have to like work things out of my brain to simplify it. And I feel like people like Redeem Zoomer are so lofty and complicated in their language that like they can't communicate ideas very well. And they think that makes them smart. It's you know what it is? I can't show it. But there's an episode of Regular Show where Mordecai and Rigby get so smart that they can't understand other people and they all look and sound like cavemen. And then by extension, other people can't understand them because they're talking in like fucking Greek or some shit. And I'm sorry, the juice that they drank to make themselves smarter did not make them smarter. It made them stupider. Because they can't, at least in the sense that they can't communicate with anybody. They turn them into Redditors. The more I understand science and math, the less logical religion seems to be. Exactly. I know what you're talking about. I love that episode. I love all the episodes. They're great. I should rewatch Regular Show. It's a great show. I also don't want to blow up. I said blow my own horn. Toot my own horn. I'm a tootin' man. I toot a lot. Certain people just desperately want to be the cleverest person in the room, and being saved necessitates someone being damned. Yep. If you can't explain a concept to a 5-year-old, you don't understand it adequately. I think that's true for most things. I think there are certain things that you'll just never be able to explain to a 5-year-old. Their brains aren't quite attuned to that. Let's put it this way. If you can't explain it to your local plumber in a way that he can comprehend, then you can't explain it. Then you don't understand it adequately. I shouldn't say that against plumbers. Plumbers can be very smart. They're smarter than me when it comes to fixing pipes. That's for damn sure. I just recently learned not to put Drano down your drain because it can corrode your pipes. I didn't know that. The more I study physics and astrophysics, the more boring all the theological explanations become. That's the other thing, is it's so fucking boring. Like, okay, yeah, I get it. You think that like there's this guy in the sky that caused everything. Okay, what of it? Who cares? Who gives a shit? Like, so what if he is real? He hasn't proven himself to me yet. He hasn't shown himself to me, so who cares? If he's so real, he should be able to just come down and show me. You know? Like, okay, God, math proves God. Cool, where is he at? Can you get him on the line? Can you call him? You know? Call him up. I want to talk to him. I have some grievances to file. Okay, he's there. Get him on the horn. All right, I'm going to go pee real quick, and then we got to jump into the next segments because they're both very long. Be right back. Okay. It's been quite the journey, getting from the Dutch Reformed Church to an Alec Gunter live stream. Yeah, I feel that. I have had quite the journey as well from the Catholic Church to my live stream, so, you know. Would you guys like if I sold these? What do you think? I still gotta finish him. I gotta give him flames. I forgot to get... I went to the store. Only if you made a Gengar. That would be an easy one. I forgot to get... So I got the trans-colored yarn. And I forgot to get red and yellow and orange yarn for his back. And I forgot to get green yarn for what's soon going to be Oddish. Which I forgot to show you guys. It doesn't matter. It's just a little ball anyway. And this is going to be blow high. For those who weren't here earlier, this is going to be a blow high shark. And I bought some other colors to make more sharks in other colors. Gengar, Snorlax, even Dragonite. Snorlax was hard in some ways, not in others. Saki Tanuki, did you see my Snorlax? I was working on it during the PV event. Big boy. I did finish the... I saw it last stream. Cool. I did finish one of the feet. Well, I finished both. This one's a little crooked, though. I don't know if I'm going to redo it. Maybe it's just because it's hanging too much. And then I also fucked up the fingers a little bit. So I made 3 of them, but they're a little uneven. So I got to go back and redo that. We decided to name him Droopy. So this is Droopy, the Snorlax. And he's very imperfect, okay? But he is my second plush. My first one was Teddy Urso, which we haven't named, actually. So this is my first one, also very imperfect. The stitching is way too loose. You can stick your fingers right inside of it like that. So, the eyes probably aren't on very well, but I think it's pretty... not bad for my first one. What should we name Teddy Urso? Is that a fish? Blow high is a shark. So this will be a shark. But you can see, like, the knitting on this one, or sorry, the crocheting on this one is a lot tighter than this one. And you can't really, like, penetrate it as well, which is good. Sharks are fish. I will throw this at you. Name him Honey. We have 1 vote for Honey. Classic bear name. Anyone else? I like Honey. I might just go with Honey unless somebody else. I second Honey. We have 2 votes for Honey. Yes, it's Teddy Urso. Honey sounds nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with Honey. We now have 3 people saying the name Honey, so we're gonna go with Honey. Luna's pretty good too, though. What do you guys think of Luna? We'll give Luna a shot real quick. What do you guys think of Luna? Honey or Luna? Tigger? Eh. I like Honey better. Honey? Okay, we're gonna stick with Honey. If we make another Teddy Ursa, or an Ursaring perhaps, we'll name them Luna. What about Cyndaquil? Last one. What should we name Cyndaquil? Last one, then we gotta start the segment. Spike. Spike's not bad. Cindy's good. Cinnamon. I like cinnamon. I like cinnamon. Cinnamon, aka Cindy for short. I love how Teddy Ursa looks like it's not full of berries. It's not as full of berries? Oh, it's mouth. Okay, I see. Cindy? I made this one from a pattern that, like, it's supposed to be like this big. But since I used such chunky yarn, he turned out quite chunky. Somebody said it looks like he's made out of cauliflower, and I kind of see it. Ginger is good. I've seen 2 votes for Cindy. And I saw 1 for Cinnamon. But I think I'm gonna go with Cindy. We'll just say Cindy. We'll say Cinnamon, Cindy for short. You can call him either. I may or may not sell him. I don't know yet. Okay. Let's get going. We got lots to cover and not very much time to do so. Well, we have as long as I want, I guess, but I know myself. I guess we should get into this D&D thing. I really want to do this other Wise Disciple video, though. I just found this guy. Still working on the Tanuki? Oh, yeah. Saki Tanuki's getting into crocheting, guys. Isn't that awesome? I inspired him. Yeah, we'll do the D&D video. But yeah, congrats, Saki Tanuki. I hope it turns out good. Share pictures. We will share them with the chat. Yeah, Leftist Atlas over there has become a crocheter. That's how you know it's real. Just so you know, when you're doing amigurumi, make sure that you use hook sizes that are smaller than what's recommended on the back of the yarn. Because the back of the yarn, like for this yarn, recommends an 11.5, okay? I used an 8 for this Cyndaquil, and I think that's perfect, okay? Always use a hook size that is smaller than what's recommended when you're making amigurumi, which is plush dolls, basically. Always. Otherwise, you're going to have very loose stitches like what ended up with my Teddy Ursa. If you want that, that's fine. The problem is you're going to be able to see the stuffing really well. So like that's why my stress balls turned out the way that they did. This egg is a lot closer to what I would like the stress balls to look like. It's a lot smaller, but the stitching is a lot tighter. You can't see through the stitching, so you can't see the stuffing. S tier, sake tier, nice. Sake is proof of God, true. All right. We've got a D&D video to cover.
Hello, storytellers.
So, I haven't played a whole lot of D&D. I've done some D&D. I think it's fun. I think it depends on the group of people that you're with. It depends on a lot of things as to how much fun you're going to have. But basically, for those who, I guess, don't know, if that's anybody at all, D&D, Dungeons & Dragons, is basically just a game that is make-believe with rules. It's make-believe with rules. There's some math involved. You get to pick stats for your characters. It's kind of like a video game, but not. You know, it's a board game, right? I think most people know what D&D is, or at least have a loose concept of what it is. I'm not going to go into great detail about it because the main reason I bring it up is that some people, such as Storytelling Ron here, think that D&D is evil. Now, Storytelling Ron has 1.56k subscribers. Apparently, I actually want to check something real quick. I was recommended this in the recommendations. I try not to go after people who are a lot smaller than me. Let me see what his most popular video is. 112k views. Okay, that's enough for me. So let's go over this guy and why he believes... Sorry. Why he believes... Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Shit. There we go. And that should be good. Okay. Let's figure out why Storytelling Ron believes that D&D is evil. Let's just start.
Hello, storytellers. Storytelling Ron. This is about the D&D push of paganism upon all of us, and the woke culture is, and BLM and all that is paganism.
But nobody's forcing you to play it, man. That's just like in your imagination.
And they're pushing upon us. And, you know, I'm watching BLM, like the libertarians on YouTube and everybody else, like kind of like trying to fight the culture war, but they just don't get how evil.
He looks like your classic D&D dungeon master, by the way. Like, he looks like the guy where you show up to the comic store and he has like all the lore figured out. He knows all the best books to buy, all the best cards, all the best action figures. Like, he looks like he has intimate knowledge of D&D. And that's not an insult. I'm just saying he looks like a comic book guy. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. So aesthetically, you're already losing.
Evil this truly is. And I mean evil in the sense of love your enemy. Evil. You know, Jesus is going to win the end. So I don't have like any animosity towards what the unchosen or the evil are doing. I really don't. I just...
But if Jesus is going to win in the end, then why even make this video, man? You already got everything figured out. You know that Jesus is going to win, so why bother? What, you think you're going to help him? You're going to help Jesus defeat evil? Is that what you're going to do? You already said he's going to win.
I mean, I guess I get annoyed and impatient, but that's, you know, I get it. I know why they're doing it.
Jesus didn't
I think what I'm probably most annoyed by is what is good doing about it. What are we doing about it? What evil's going to do is evil's going to do what evil does. And evil's not going to apologize for what they do. They're going to keep doing it. And they're going to turn it around and accuse you of, as you can see, of being racist, bigoted, hatred, you know, projecting on you what they're evil.
If you're being racist and bigoted, I will in fact accuse you of being racist and bigoted.
Evil is. Because that's what evil does. Evil will never, or here's a question, will evil ever apologize for evil, for the evil they do? Will the Democrats ever apologize for their slavery? And, you know, no, of course not.
That goes back to a misconception about slavery, because the conservatives were always the slave owners and the progressives were always against slavery. But there was a party flip because of the Southern strategy. I'm not even a history buff and I know this. There was a party flip with the Southern strategy back in the day. And so what ended up happening basically was that the Democrats were already racist pieces of shit that owned slaves. But they also like didn't want like working class people to have rights, I guess. And so the conservatives, or sorry, the Republicans decided, well, why don't we appeal... Or was it the other way around? No, the Republicans were the ones who didn't want... Shit, I got this backwards. Hold on. Okay. Since I brought it up, or since he brought it up. In American politics, the Southern strategy was a Republican Party electoral strategy to increase political support among white voters in the South by appealing to racism against African Americans. So the Republicans are the ones in charge of the Southern strategy to be more racist. As the civil rights movement and dismantling of Jim Crow laws in the 1950s and 60s visibly deepened existing racial tensions in much of the southern United States, Republican politicians such as presidential candidate Richard Nixon and Senator Barry Goldwater developed strategies that successfully contributed to the political realignment of many white conservative voters in the South who had traditionally supported the Democratic Party. It also helped to push the Republican Party much more to the right relative to the 1950s. By winning all the South presidential candidates, a presidential candidate could obtain the presidency with minimal support elsewhere. If you go back and look at electoral maps, like 1900 electoral map. you'll notice that we have an interesting phenomenon occurring here. This is from 1900. Notice anything? I do. Red California, red New York, blue Florida, blue Texas, blue Kentucky, blue Tennessee. You know, all the states that are currently red seem to be blue somehow. And all the states that are currently blue seem to be red back in the 1900s. Almost like there was a party flip or something. You know? Just saying. There we go. Too many tabs.
They will blame Republicans or the abolitionists or whoever. And when I say Democrat, I mean the policies and beliefs of Democrats. You know, there's plenty of Democrats who don't realize what they're a part of. But I accept the Democrat Party because I want evil to actually go somewhere and say who they are. You know, I don't want them to be in the dark. And you know, I want them to actually, you know, live their life.
How accepting.
And have a place to go, which is the Democrat Party. And that's where they will go because evil wants tyranny. It wants tyranny over you. It wants to use courts, military, wars, whatever, to control you and me. They want to be tyrants. Okay. They want to be little mini...
Yeah, that's totally not what the conservatives are doing right now, man. Good point.
...gods. And they can't help themselves. They keep doing it over and over. I mean, that's what God is saying. God is saying, if you're not going to believe in me, you're going to be this. You know, what the serpent said. Don't believe in God. Be your own God. And God is basically saying it's a test.
True.
And you're going to fail.
God.
And he knows you're going to fail. Because he made you. And yes.
If he knows that I'm going to fail, then why the fuck did he make the test for me? That's stupid. We fire teachers who do that.
He made him that way. And he made me good. I know I've chosen
go on,
only
please.
because I love pursuing God. That's like...
You're special. You're the special
are wondering. And every time I read the Bible, I adjust myself to it.
This is great.
Realize, I got this wrong. I've got to readjust what I'm thinking and fit with God's word. So that's it. You can fail and be a sinner and mess up.
I have a question in case you watch this. If God tells you to kill somebody, do you do it? Because you told Abraham to do it, and Abraham was about to do it. And then God was like, oh, this is a prank, bro. But what if he told you to do it and it wasn't a prank? Would you do it? Would you kill like a baby? I'm just curious. Because if the answer is yes, you're a fucking psycho.
He'll throw that at you eventually. But if you just pursue God and you want to do things for God and you enjoy God and Jesus and Jesus is a high that you can get whenever you want. You're saved. You're a Christian.
Look, why do so many of these guys have Crusader helmets? What's up with that? Like, so many of them have fucking Crusader helmets. Even Redeemed Zoomer has like a Crusader insignia. You know what I mean? Like a logo.
If you feel guilty, there's a good chance you are. You just gotta
warriors of God.
That. If you're angry at what I'm saying here and find me disgusting
and
offensive, yeah.
It's not that you're ugly and offensive, dude. It's just that you're kind of stupid.
God's probably not for you. Made thusly. Okay, I'm gonna go through this stuff here about D&D. Evil is happening. It's returning. It's paganism. It's all paganism. It's the same thing. It's been happening over and over.
Based.
And I'm just trying to get you to understand that and realize what they're doing.
Okay.
What is the solution? Church. Fellowship. Refining yourselves, iron sharpens iron, and rebuking evil and subduing it. Subduing it in the sense of calm down, evil. Let's live here in this world while we're mortal. Calm down, evil. Just calm the freak down. That's our
calm the freak.
That's
down.
what we need to be doing, and unfortunately, we're not doing that. What we're doing is let's get along. Let's go along. Let's get along. I'll shut up by faith, and we'll go along to get along.
Good, true.
We're doing that. We're doing that sort of. We're acting like pagans in the RPG culture. We're playing exactly like pagans. We are removing our faith.
Is he actually going to say anything at any point in the near future? Because I feel like this is a lot of people talk. Stop people talking. Just say stuff. Say things. Actual things. Say what you mean.
And playing like a pagan and being part of the pagan culture, and we're reinforcing them. And we're putting paganism up on a pedestal as in the RPG culture. We Christians are, and that's why I'm saying stop doing that. Start being an actual Christian in the game, not play morals and play good. No, play a Christian. What's a Christian do? The Great Commission. Evangelism and church planning. I know that sounds kind of boring to you, but it's not boring. It's a lot of fun, and that's what I'm... Check out all my live plays on here about with this stuff.
Anything I did at church that was fun never involved evangelizing. I'm sorry. Evangelism is like the most boring part. Okay? Like, there's nothing fun about it. It's just like doom and gloom shit. The only way to be saved is if you follow what I have to tell you. And then, like, you get, like, I never evangelized, but to my understanding, like, if you do go door-to-door evangelizing, you just get the door shut in your face all the time. Like, it's not fun. Okay? And I canvassed for Jamal Bowman. And I know that part wasn't the fun part, okay? Like, I still did it because I thought it was a good thing to do, but that part of the job was not the fun part. So I know that evangelizing itself is not that fun.
It's a lot of fun. You're missing out. You know, you get to do all the things you do in RPGs, including...
I'm sure the community building element of it is fun, but not anything else.
Lose it and go violent. Yes.
Yeah, fabric. I'm sure the fabric on his shirt is a mixed blend. Good point.
Christians will lose it and go violent. Yes, we will, and that's okay, because you know you're in a game too. You can you get to do all the things you do in RPGs, including lose it and go violent. Yes, we Christians will lose it and go violent. Yes, we will, and that's okay.
Like IRL, like actually strike people, you know that's illegal, right? Like you'll go to jail for that. You're not making a good case.
Okay, because you know you're in a game too. You can explore that avenue. But
what?
At the same time,
wait, is he saying that like, oh, for the Lord RPG? I see what he's saying. So in the RPG game, okay, I see. He needs to be a little bit more clear about that. I think he's talking about in his RPG game. I'm going to be charitable and assume that's what he meant.
You get to evangelize and plant churches in it. Not only do you save the villagers from the dragon,
okay, yeah,
you get to figure out why the villagers are even worshiping the dragon, or why didn't they confront the dragon? Why are they cowardly? Why
does a dragon exist? That's pagan bullshit, dude. You know that.
Feeble. Why are they, throughout the medieval history, when Christians were around planting churches, they planted civilization, courage.
Christians don't believe in dragons, do they?
Regulating people who knew to have courage, chivalry, and cared for.
For the Lord RPG website is so ugly. Ooh, let's check it out. For the Lord story. So let's check out storytellingrun.com first. Okay. Storytelling Run has survived the Great Homeschool Convention. Writing Altered 6. For the Lord RPG. Oh, God. Oh, God. Look at this. This is so not good, dude. Holy shit. I'm sorry. That is ugly as sin. It's ugly as sin. It looks like every book that I would have passed by without even a second thought in like second grade. That's what it looks like. Yeah, no. I don't think this one's for me. A TTRPG sci-fi swashbuckler of holy knights and Christian curmudgeons? Christian curmudgeons. What the fuck is a curmudgeon? Can you please work? Google is such dog shit. A bad-tempered person. Interesting. Christian curmudgeon. So a bad-tempered person? Rulebook, $5. Here, what's this? Here we go. Holy Dice Rollers presents Christians in Space. Let's go. This looks sick. Amazing graphical effects. Flawless. Holy shit. Dino claws. This is your game, man? I'm sorry. It kind of looks like shit. I try to have respect for people's artistic work, but this... It doesn't look good. I'm sorry. It doesn't look good. Like, I want to have respect for it, but I just don't like the guy. And I don't like his project and what he's saying. So, like, I don't care. I'm sorry, man. It does not look good.
And charity. And, there's a big book called Communion, which I...
Are the dice holy or the rollers? Who knows? Who knows?
I have over there, but he's saying... Tom Holland, the book Communion, he's an atheist, but his whole thing is he admits that Christianity is what built what we all love and have today. But he says
that's not true. Then I don't.
All the historians have now conceded that the pagan temples of the back in the day were not conquered by Christians. They were dilapidated. They had gone into ruin. I just don't care. Because everyone went to Christianity because the Christians were so productive and evangelist and planting churches.
No, come on. This is white supremacy bullshit. Even I know this is white supremacy bullshit. It's not that like they naturally saw that like Christ was the way. It's that Christians were fucking savages. Okay? They came in, they said, no, our God is the one true God, and if you don't believe that, we're going to kill you. Okay? Yeah, they were savages. Straight up.
And they were charity. They brought in charity. That was something new. Charity was
brand
completely
new. Nobody ever heard of giving things to other people who don't have things before the Christians came. They never thought about that.
New thing. And they were helping each other. And the pagan temples were now, all the priests of the pagan temples were all like trans and were all getting drunk. They didn't care. Their temples were falling apart. That's what happened. And today, the churches are not engaging the community anymore.
That's pseudo-historical bullshit, dude.
And going to politics on that. But politically, they're being cornered in the back, pushed into the back, and especially in the Democrat policies. Churches used to be the primary charities of the communities, but now the Democrats have used the government to...
Yeah, that's because they fucking owned everything. Like... They like churches were the ones in charge of everything. They're the ones who had the ultimate control of everything. If you were excommunicated by the church, your ass was grass. Like you were done. You were donezo. Okay, there was no helping you. And so that's how they maintained control for so long. Yeah, altruism didn't exist before Christ, yeah. Pagans were trans and got drunk? I'm converting. Yeah, it sounds based. Did he miss the part where the practitioners of my faith had snakes forced down their throats by Christians? Oh, that's pretty cool. The guy is making me want to convert to Acetro, like my Viking ancestors before we got strong-armed to Christianity. Yeah, exactly. Christians were savages, sorry.
To be the charities of the communities and push the churches out or sold them out.
Using the government... Sorry, let me go back so I can play that again.
Primary charities of the communities, but now the Democrats have used the government to be the charities of the communities.
That's called having a good government. Okay? That's not a charity. That's called having a solid government system in place so that people have their needs met, which is what a government is supposed to provide. Needs, okay? They're supposed to provide for the needs of their citizens. That's the whole point of the government. If the government can't do that, then the government doesn't deserve to be the government. Okay? That's why we got rid of kings and lordships and shit like that. That's why we have democracy now, all right? At least to some extent.
And push the churches out or sold them out, bought them out. And that's
push them all
wrong.
out.
The churches need to fight back on that, on those laws and regulations that make it impossible for them to be charities because they'll get sued. They'll get, the government is allowing so many like regulations now that if you don't follow.
No, he's literally. So when you get to the nitty gritty of his argument, what he's literally saying is the government is providing charity to people, and that's bad. Why is it bad? The only reason it would be bad is if you think that it's bad for the government to have control over resources that they can hand out to people as they see fit. He wants the church to have that control. Okay, so this is a matter of control, not necessarily charity and giving out resources equitably. It's
all these
disgusting.
Regulations, you will get shut down, and
good point, Travis.
That's what the churches need to fight against. Anyway, okay, Anyway, that's another path. All right, so let's just go. I'm going to start attacking the D&D thing here. I didn't even prepare this,
Finally.
but this one's a little better.
I feel like we've been watching
So
this
this
for
is
20
just
minutes already.
on Not the Beat. I'm thankful. I'm glad that they put this together, so I didn't have to. And I've seen plenty of other libertarians. Some are kind of Christian-y, but fighting this.
The orcs are Mexican now. Hasbro and D&D LARPers felt that orcs were racist because all they could see were black people. Guess they fixed that by actually making them racially coded this time. What? I don't care. Can the orcs just be orcs? Like, they don't have to be racially coded. They don't, like... Orcs are cool, man. I think orcs are cool. Just I don't know, like, just, who cares? They can be bad, they can be good, who gives a fuck?
This, like Grumps
they can be
here.
Mexican, they can be black,
but they don't
white.
understand the source of what this all is. The source of this is paganism. The source of this is anti-God, pushing anything against God.
What?
And this whole thing with them, they bring up like the D&D people bring up like wheelchairs and handicapped, and it's like, have you been to our church? I mean, have you been to a church? Apparently not, because we have entire groups catering to the disabled and wheelchairs and bringing them in and hanging out with them and
praying over them and telling them, hey, we're gonna heal you. We're gonna heal you so that you don't need the wheelchair anymore, right? That's a thing that like mega churches do. They just lie to people and say, yeah, we're gonna heal you. Bring us your sick and elderly and whatever, and we'll heal them. No need for modern medicine, of course, right? Yeah, we're the savages though.
And going in and serving them. We have like a whole ministry on this, and it's like the pagans are like, oh, we care about the disabled, and no,
and also like you're just upset that other people are also doing what you say the church is doing. Shouldn't that be a good thing? Shouldn't that be a W for D&D? Like if they're inclusive toward the disabled, that's good. You should think that's good. Oh my God, the D&D people are being accepting of people with disabilities. That's a bad thing because our church does that, and our church should be the only ones to do that. What? No. If I think something that I do is good, I think something that other people do is, like, if other people do the same thing, I also think that's good. Like giving, providing for people who are disabled.
It's like we Christians are, again, rolling our eyes,
Why?
You guys, when you see Christians and you see that we're like totally like just dumbfounded, it's because...
Got half of that word right.
We're dumbfounded because of how dumb you are. We found the dumbness. It's you're preaching all these like good things. We're just like we've been doing this forever. Why?
Like what? Like you've been doing inclusivity of trans and gay people forever, right? And you've definitely been providing for handicapped people and not telling them, well, it's because God hates you. You see, you can't walk because God decided that you are a degenerate. And you have bad blood, is what it is. Your father's committed some sin, and now you have bad blood. So, sorry, man. It's just, same with cancer patients, right? Sorry, man. You must have done something pretty fucked up. Like, that shit happened. Like, when bad things happen to people, they literally were just like, oh, you must have done something bad. That was the Christian way, man. Okay? That sucks.
What? That we're dumbfounded. Okay.
And no, you're not inclusive. Sorry. Like in general,
they're turning orcs into these woke trans cultural appropriation things.
See, he's doing ridiculous.
It now. I don't really care. So this gay dwarves. I like Niana. I listen to his their clownfish videos quite a bit, just for the D&D and Disney culture. And I do a lot of things like walking dog.
Also, who's saying that these two are gay? You just read that in.
Work, I do a bit of woodwork, so I like to listen to stuff a lot. So, as we all do. So this is, gay dwarves, and they have their gay tattoos of each. Wow, this is just amazing. So this is D&D, and you guys are still playing D&D. You guys are still.
I mean, if the tattoos indicate they're gay, great. I still don't care.
Fixing with that, and I'm telling you, stop, get away from it. I have a Christian role-playing game. I don't know. I'm tooting my own. If there were others, great. But, maybe Holy Land, I think is a Christian one.
To get these lesbian elves to stop yelling about the patriarchy. What? It's a still picture. It's a still image. It's just, how can you even tell they're lesbian? This is my point. Like, I see this picture, and you know what I see? Two girls. One, is that a girl right there? I can't even tell. Some guy playing the banjo in the back, like, or the lute or whatever it's called. You know, they look like they're having a good time. Okay. What? Why are you reading lesbianism into it? Like, okay, what if they are? Who cares? You might as well tell me they're left-handed. So what? Oh yeah, that's another thing that Christians love to beat people over back in the days. If you're left-handed, they said that left-handed is from the devil. So there's another point against you since I brought it up.
That's it. I don't really know of any other. And Holy Land is more fantasy, so maybe, you know, check that one. And it's more, I think it's got a lot more deep rules than mine does. I had it years ago, but I don't have it anymore. But I mean, check them out. Holy Land something. Holy Land. Just look that up. I think that's a lot more fantasy than what my stuff is right now. I plan on doing Fantasy 1, but I'm still delving into the Dark Ages one.
Yeah, do a fantasy one. I'm sure it will not read as Christian at all. If you read Christianity into a fantasy world, it just ends up becoming like the most like contrived bullshit ever. You know, like it usually has a very basic, like bland storyline, probably some racist and sexist elements in it. You know, like that's always what ends up happening.
Lesbian elves here, wheelchair, you know, whatever. Woman paladin,
Cool.
Hillary Clinton paladin. Yeah, I don't.
It does kind of look like Hillary Clinton. I'll give him that.
You know,
but who cares?
I don't erase men in my game. Men are men, women are women in For the Lord RPG. Hardcore. Like
you said, Pokemon, go knight yourself.
If you're a woman in the game, you're not going to go running around being a paladin or a knight. It's going to be a waste of time.
Why?
As a character. You're just not going to. It's not going to work for you. It'll work for a little, and I don't even put in the hardcore rules that will break down.
Oh, he didn't even come up with that joke. It literally was the tweeter.
Woman physically. I remember reading about a woman who was trying to get into special forces, trying her hardest to get in, and she wrote an open letter saying, I have been misled, because she could compete with men for one day, and then her whole body was racked with pain. You know. With all her
as would yours be, okay? Don't sit here and tell me that you think you can compete with that woman in fucking any physical competition. Not even I could, okay? My max bench press was 375 pounds about 2 years ago, and then after that I quit working out, and now I'm a soft boy, okay? I'm a soft, pudgy boy now, all right? And that's fine. I'm a soft, pudgy boy who crochets, and I'm fine with that. I don't need to be some jacked... muscles ripping out of my fucking shirt motherfucker all the time. I don't need to be a guy who can run 5 miles without even breaking a sweat. I don't need to be that. And you're certainly not that. Okay? If it came to a competition between me and you, like a raw strength and endurance competition, I would beat your ass 5 miles to Sunday, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? You want to talk about physical fitness? Well, I say that girls can be way more physically fit than men if they put their minds to it. And I'm way more fit than you are. So what does that say, man? Okay? Sounds like I win.
Training, whatever. And then the next day they got up and did it again, and she could not continue. The men did it every day. She could barely do it once a day, per week or whatever.
Presumably.
So imagine that as a warrior or whatever. That's ridiculous. Yeah, women can do things.
Wealth, fame, power.
The same Christians who denounce gay dwarves would absolutely fetishize a female half-dragon, especially with big milkies. I'd love to hear justifications.
I agree, Saga Tanuki. Thank you very much for another tier 1 gifted subs. 5 gifted tiers. I can't ever say it right. You guys know what I mean. Same Christians who denounce gay dwarves. Yeah, like, it doesn't make any sense. It's completely nonsensical. Thank you again.
A little bit, but they do not have the ligaments, joint strength that men have. They're completely designed differently by
ligaments. You see, women don't have ligaments.
So when you see women like in the Star Wars Acolyte or whatever, and they show them all being tough and stuff, it's silly. It's so silly.
The main difference between boys and girls is that girls don't have ligaments. Did you guys know that?
You guys look silly. We have the dumbfounded look on our faces. You look silly. That's just tell them. We Christian men, you got to tell them.
You know what would make you look silly? Go try and fight a woman in the what is it? UFC, mixed MMA? Yeah, MMA. Go try to find a woman in MMA. See how well you do. My brother actually, I don't know if he still thinks this. He's a smart guy, okay? He's smart. I love my brother very much. But he actually said one time, a couple of years ago, that he thinks he could beat a woman in the UFC. And I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind, dude. Like, you're out of your mind. There is no shot that you would be able to beat even like the smallest, weakest woman in the UFC. You couldn't do it. I guarantee you. And even my dad was like, yeah, son. And my dad's conservative as shit, okay? And he's like, yeah, son, I don't think that you could do it. And so even my dad did not give him his blessing.
And we men are superior to women in most every way.
Go fight one.
We are.
Go fight
my
one.
wife knows it. I know it. But
that's not true, by the way. That's such a bullshit line. I'm so tired of hearing how superior I am to women. If you're just naturally, more gifted. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. That's disgusting. That is literal misogyny, okay? You can say it's not, but it is. That is textbook misogyny.
And we are the leaders of our women. We are the leaders. And what is leadership?
I would lead you, bitch. Okay? Why don't you show up and we'll see who leads who. I'll make you my woman. How about that?
Defined by a Christian? You all should know this. Service. Pagans don't define leadership as service. Pagans define leadership as a dictator. They want to rule. Leadership is for them is dictatorship.
Wait, you just said that you lead the women. What are you talking about, man? You're the one talking about dictatorship and ownership over women. What? Excuse you. You're making the pagans sound pretty fucking cool at this point, my guy. Compared to you.
For us men, for Christian men, our leadership is service. We serve our women.
Oh, totally.
The most important thing to me is...
Dog, you haven't served a woman since fucking high school, all right?
My wife. And she is annoyed by it.
Guaranteed. If that.
The most important... I am the leader of my wife. I am the leader of the family. I am the leader of her, and she knows it.
I feel so bad for her.
Worship the very ground she walks on. I worship the very ground she walks on, and not like an idol or anything. I'm just saying. I'm using hyperbole.
It sounds like
here,
idolatry, buddy.
Everything I do is for her. That's a Christian man leading his wife and being superior physically, mentally. I can focus better than her. I'm not still,
Oh, my focus is dog shit. I guarantee you guys, Katie can focus better than I can.
Supposedly. I have situational awareness, definitely. First, she does not have situational awareness.
It's just so weird that you got to sit here and list your character traits. You know what I mean? Like your whatever it's called, your physical capabilities that makes you better than her. Why did you marry her? Go marry a guy if they're so great. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you say that they suck so bad. Go marry a guy then. What?
But I
wealth, fame, power.
He has never served a woman. Like Benicil Sharpener, he has never gone down on her except to check if she's perfectly dry.
Thank you very much again for another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. And I agree, yeah. You got to make sure that she's nice and healthy and dry, right, buddy?
I worship the ground she walks on. Okay, so yeah, so here's a bunch of comments. I didn't even, the D&D, the 6E Paladin looks like she might only turn the undead who have information on Whitewater. The new Paladin doesn't actually kill anyone. They all just commit suicide under questionable circumstances. What? She has kingdom secrets in her private scroll cupboard. I have information that will lead to the rest of 88 smite damage. Okay.
These are all just
She casts erase on her servers. The physical component is a bit of bleach and a rag or something. Used to speak to undead to gather votes. So when we're allowing pagans to run the society, run the government, they will allow
Joe Biden's a Catholic, man.
Bow and nod along to the craziness and the evil that Democrats do. If you allow paganism to run everything, which we are allowing today, that's why it's getting so crazy.
He hasn't actually named anything yet.
When you have Christians in there, which we used to have, and Christianity used to be the level, the standard, the minimal standard of our governance.
This is such bullshit. I'm sorry. He knows as well as the rest of us that the United States was not founded on Christian fundamentals, okay? The United States was founded on separation of church and state. That's why the motherfuckers didn't want to be part of Great Britain anymore. They wanted religious freedom. It was, I think, like different sects of Protestantism, if I'm not mistaken. Like they literally left like the people who came here on the Mayflower left Great Britain because of a religious persecution. Okay, they then proceeded to persecute the Native Americans in basically every way. So what goes around comes around. But my point is, the reason that we're even here in the first place is because of Christian persecution. Okay, we were founded secular. Yeah, he went to theocracy.
When we used to have that in the 80s and in the 90s it started changing, but in the 80s, 70s, there used to be this minimal standard of Christianity in the government. And thusly, and in the media too. The media, well, they were fake, but they understood.
I don't care. I don't want that.
Thusly, honesty there was an attempt at honesty. There was an attempt at being lawful. There's an attempt at. Now there was evil. There was corrupt leaders. There was leaders who did this and did this.
Talk about how the Catholic Church treated kids. Like talk about how priests treat kids. Talk about that. Let's hear it.
Did that, but they were under a strict. They knew about getting caught or about being exposed, or then they had to tamper down on whatever they were doing. Whatever their end goal was.
Yeah,
or they would get caught and get arrested, or be exposed and be publicly
arrested
humiliated
for what?
or
For
judged
what specifically?
Or whatever. Today, that's not the case. Today, there's 10 people, 20 people, 30 people, all know the same thing, and they all willingly hide it, willingly cover it up. The whistleblowers are few and far between because there's just not enough Christianity in there. There's not enough truth seekers. All that are in there are agenda seekers. Their agenda is more important than the truth.
Like every motherfucker in the government right now, in the United States government, is a Christian. Like almost all of them. There are exceptions. There's some Jewish people here and there. There's people of various other religious denominations, Muslim, whatever. But like the overwhelming majority of them are Christian. What are you talking about?
Truth. For Christians, the truth is more important. If you're a Christian and you lie to get somewhere, other Christians will go, I know he's doing good, but he's lying about, what's going on. So
you're in Nazi Germany. Should you lie to keep the Jewish person hidden in your basement from getting found? Oh no, that'd be wrong, right? Like lying is wrong. So let's not do that. Let's just, yes, right this way, officer. Oh, I was hiding them, but now that you've shown up, I can't possibly lie to you, right? Like, this is stupid. What are you talking about? Like, if lying makes the world better, which it can do, you should lie. I'm just saying.
We can't really let that happen. Even if that person is doing good, if they're lying to get there, it's not right. We should not allow that.
I disagree.
And that's the way Christians are.
I think that politicians often do lie, and it's very bad, but that's not because they're not Christian. That's because they're a bunch of disgusting rich freaks. They only have their own self-interest at heart. Just like Joe Biden right now, trying to fucking lie about how cognitively functional he is. I'm sorry, the dude's declining, and he's lying about it to keep power. He's still Christian. He is a devout Catholic, my man. Okay? And yet, here he is lying. So, what's up with that? Clearly, Christians can lie. All right, I'm gonna stop for just a second because I go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry. I usually try to hold it between segments, but until I'm between segments, but I could not hold that. Dubsy, cut that all out, of course.
We don't. We want the truth before an advantage or something, and pagans. We'll just take the lie. We'll take the
an advantage, like the Nazi not finding the Jewish person in your basement.
Advantage. 100 of us. Yeah, let's all just take the advantage. We'll keep the lie, take the advantage, and get our agenda. Christians, like 100 of us.
What's the agenda? What's the agenda? I want to know. If the agenda is good things, then lie for it. That's fine.
We have a lie for the advantage. Let's keep. Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, Christians famous for not lying.
10 or 20 of them are going to start saying this is wrong. But today, with the media, how Biden is after the debates, they're all like exposing him as being unable to continue. That we knew that for years now, that he was like that, and to us,
it's not because he's not Christian. He's literally Catholic.
This has been going on for years. He's not running the country. That's my opinion. As a citizen, he's not running the country. Someone else is. I think it's Obama.
Yeah, the SCOTUS.
I think it's him and them writing the executive orders, planning all this stuff out, and Biden is just while he's on vacation, they're just coming up.
Yeah, meanwhile, they literally overturned Roe v. Wade, dude. Yeah, I'm sure that the Democrats did that, right?
With all the executive orders. And that's, to me, I'm pretty sure that's unconstitutional. That's illegal. He should be deciding what the executives order are and signing them. I mean, I get he has a cabinet, but that should be open. Who's on that cabinet? Do you even know who's in his cabinet?
Is this still about D&D? I thought this was supposed to be about fucking D&D. Like, I thought we were supposed to be talking about why D&D is evil. You're just people talking. Come on, man.
I mean, right now, like,
get to
who
the
the
point.
Individuals are that are kind of there.
You're rambling. You sound like my fucking grandpa.
I literally don't even know who they are. I haven't. No one's
my
said anything.
flat Earth
Not even
uncle
conservative
even.
media. Like, where is the investigation into that?
POV. Wait. There we go. POV. You're at Thanksgiving and your insane conspiracy theorist uncle has some words to share with you.
I mean, right now, like, who the individuals are that are kind of there.
Boy, he is ready to talk to you.
I literally don't even know who they are. I haven't. No one's said anything. Not even conservative media. Like, where's the investigation into that? All right, let's get back to this. Boy, I'm going off on.
Has you never heard of Google? Google sucks now. Apparently,
let's get back to this video, which is like,
okay.
What the heck? So this video here is, come on. So this guy, I just looked him up really quick, but Daniel Quasar makes these. Look at this. He's just like here, pushing this religion, and this is a religion.
Those are pretty.
This is a religion. Libertarians are fighting the will close.
Here, wait. Dungeons and Dragons Progress Pride, 7-piece polyhedral. Let's look that up. Hell yeah.
We have these pride dice. They come from Serious Dice. Tell me how these dice came about.
My thing when I work on different pieces, whether that's with a company or my own stuff, is that I want something that is a little bit more than the traditional.
It's a free show right there.
And so let's take the idea of it being a pride set and add in subtle things into it that give it a little bit different. Like, for instance, each dice is the color of one of the traditional pride flag stripes. So instead of them all being like one color, like a lot of dice are, where they all kind of like match each other, they're different in that sense, and how everybody in the queer community are all different pieces of a pie that we call the LGBTQIA plus community. And then
okay, they're very pretty. If you want to watch the rest of that video, that's from Dungeons and Dragons from 7 days ago. And it looks really cool.
But they're fighting a religion. This is not a philosophy or a. It's a religion because it's government. They want government involved to force you to believe in it. They want you to force you to believe in it. Otherwise, you will be punished. And it has a flag. It has symbols.
Who's punishing you for not believing, quote unquote, in LGBT stuff? Like, who's really punishing you? Like, honestly, like, what's happening in your life that, like, impedes your, like, anything about what you do? You know? I don't understand.
It's is a religion, and we need to start calling it out as a religion, because they're pretending that Christianity is...
Because our religion's better, and we're at war with every other religion all the time. And we should crusade them and force them into our way of thinking. Right? Right, man? Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, what? Okay, religious freedom. There you go. Okay, LGBTQ. It's a religion. Religious freedom. Okay. And? I have religious freedom, dipshit. What are you talking about? Internet dead theory is real. To an extent, yeah. It sucks.
He's a religion, and then this is not a religion. So thusly, they get to put it in government. Government gets to push it. Government is pushing this, and this is ridiculous.
The government pushes Christianity all the time. Or at least they have historically. They're doing it less so.
I would just say...
Except for the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which was a very religious push.
Let's just bring Christianity back in the government and just force it on everybody. Like Christian nationalists. Let's just force Christianity.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, if they're doing this, let's just do it too. I'm at that kind of point where I'm like, but of course, I would love to have you on, man. Why don't you hop onto my live stream? We'll have an honest discussion about what the things are that you believe and why you believe that it's like the Democrats that are like ruining your life somehow, or like the gay and trans people ruining your life. So what the fuck has a gay person ever done against you, man? Like, let's be real. What has a gay or trans person ever done that has impacted your life in a meaningful way? Like, let's talk about it. Let's just talk about it. I'm open to having a discussion, man. Seriously. I haven't had a good discussion in a while. I'm just trying to talk to some people. That's it. Let's hear it. We had Christianity in the government and forced it on everyone. Guess what? Our forcing on everyone is we wouldn't force it on anybody because we're not supposed to.
Oh, certainly not.
We can't compel you to believe in
not on your kids, certainly. Right? Now when you evangelize and tell people they're going to hell unless they... Like, it's literally a threat. People who evangelize typically are threatening you with hell. They're saying, well, when you die, you're going to eternally suffer unless you, like, come to Christ. That's a threat.
Christianity. What we can compel you to do, though, is have a modicum of freaking morality in your life so that you're not going to be doing sexualizing children, sacrificing children, sexualizing children, sacrificing.
Did you say sacrificing children? And sexualize, dude, that's literally the Catholic Church. I'm sorry. Like, it's the Christians that sexualize children, not LGBTQ people.
Children. That, we're just going to say no to that. But today, both are happening in the government. Both are happening in the culture. Sacrificing children.
Like how?
Sexualizing children.
What? Is he talking about abortion? He's got to be talking about abortion. Hey, abortion is a medical procedure, often medically necessary, okay? It literally saves lives. Abortion saves lives. Fuck you.
Happening in the culture now. At San Francisco Pride Parade, sexualizing children.
Guess what else saves lives? Accepting trans and gay kids. Did you know that? Did you know that trans and gay kids often kill themselves? Did you know that? Because that happens. Guess why that happens? Because dumb dipshits like you got to push your beliefs onto them and say, well, actually being gay is bad. And you're being a sinful piece of shit, and you're going to go to hell unless you not do that. You want kids to kill themselves. Storytelling Ron wants kids to kill themselves.
Sacrificing children. What I don't know. What else am I? What can I do? The only thing I can do is say, hey, it's happening. We need to stop it. Churches
but we're
need to wake
sacrificing kids.
So they're pushing these pride things, and then of course. This doofus guy, boy, look at that wonderful smile he's got. I know this guy. I'm like, what is this? He talks about how wonderful D&D is. He looks really unhealthy too.
Unlike you, a shining picture of health, you slimy fuck.
Yeah, who might I say anything?
Shiny. What
okay,
the
so
on
there's
your skin?
a video again, but he's got like 675 subscribers on YouTube. I mean, I'm low. Look at this. Why are they? Who? Okay, here he is. Okay, so he's got this page. He's done Pacific Northwest College of Art, Portland, Oregon. Okay, that makes sense. BFA in Communication Design, Multimedia Focus, Special Achievements, Progress Pride Flag, and Victoria and Albert Museum. Progress Pride Flag flown permanently on federal lands. Stonewall National Monument, New York, New York.
Cool.
Why is a Progress Pride Flag flown on a government national monument? Progress Pride Flag
I think that's fine.
NASA headquarters, Washington, D.C. Why is there a pride flag on any national whatever?
Because gay and trans people exist. Okay? And as long as they exist, they're a welcome member of our fucking society, man. Okay? That's what's called living in a civilized fucking society.
This is like not...
So fuck you.
This is a flag is a flag. I don't know what this is. Okay, whatever.
It's symbol. If you see a progress flag on somebody's front lawn, guess what that means? That means that if you're a gay or a trans person and you go knocking on their door for something, they're not going to discriminate against you for being gay or trans, which is something that often happens in society, unfortunately. Is that a piranha plant? Oh, that's cute as shit. Okay? So, displaying that symbol means I don't care how many other people think that you are degenerate. I don't. When you see somebody with a progress flag, you know what that means? That means that they'll include you. Despite whether you're trans or gay or whatever. Doesn't matter. They'll include you. So I'm fine with that being on government grounds and symbols.
Progress Pride Flag 2018. What is going on with this? Why does he get this in any national thing at all? A flag, a piece of cloth, usually rectangular, of distinctive color and design, used as a symbol, standard, signal, or emblem. National or other allegiance as symbolized by a flag. This is an allegiance to something. Obviously, it is an allegiance because of the way they treat it.
It's an allegiance to tolerance of gay and trans people.
This flag is a conquering of the land, a declaration of occupation. And what the heck?
That's fine.
What is going on?
If your land does not allow for the existence of gay and trans people, I'm fine with like occupation for the purpose of making sure that they allow gay and trans people to exist. That's fine.
Here, so what am I even talking about here? I'm just like tired. D&D.
Yeah, what are you talking
what
about?
What are you doing?
Good question.
Okay, we all know what they're doing. They're woke. They're pushing paganism.
Okay, go down the list of talking points in my head, right? NPC talking points. So we went through that one, right? Got to circle back around to wokeism and pushing paganism, and yeah, got it.
So are most other RPGs. And so I'm just trying to get you guys to realize that this is happening at a breakneck speed now.
This is barely about D&D.
And we need to get off of it. And I'm saying also, just because of the joy of having these games, we don't even need to go to like the OSR old school games. We don't need to like, let's return to those. But they are the reason that this next generation is the way it is, because you still have the old role-playing games are still pagan. They make us think paganism. They make us explore the paganism and forget our Christianity, and they make us forget our church history.
Good,
and they make us forget things that we should remember and live and relive and do and be part of.
Things like what?
And that's kind of what I'm going after. Look, and again, I don't hate these things. I don't hate, especially I hate the new stuff, but I don't hate the people that are just trying to make it a game and have fun. I get that. I'm just trying to give you something like to really contemplate, think about, pray on, and try. And you got to try this because, or take the evangelism church planning part out of it in mine and put it in yours. I don't care, whatever. But evangelism and church planning needs to be part of our psyche now. Right. I do think church history should be part of it as well, but I personally have to still go back and study more of that.
That's so boring.
So this book right here, I don't recommend reading this, but The Hammer Witches is the beginning of the witch trials, and the guys that wrote this back in the day, 14th century-ish, were studying what the heck the pagans were doing because it was getting worse and worse.
Do we keep going? This is incredibly boring. I feel like I've gotten all I can out of this.
Question 6 pertains to sorcerers cooperating with demons. And this is all they believe this is going on. Pertains to sorcerers cooperating with demons. How is it that women are found to be tainted with this heresy more often than men are? What sort of women are involved more than other is explained in the following 5 questions. All right. This is written in 14th century. I got to, I'm going to do the Gothic RPG setting using this same game. And it's going to be primarily kind of focused on this kind of stuff. So it's very scary and very adulty, but it happened, and it's been happening, and it's gruesome and wretched. And here, I'm just going to, this is not as wretched.
What is he reading? Is this like a piece of fiction? Like what is he reading? Is it a D&D book? Bro's waffling. Can we stop? We still have 12 more minutes of this shit. I feel like he's just gonna go over the talking points like over and over. I'll give him till 26 minutes.
Only a few more sentences here. Question 7 is whether sorcerers are able to, through the virtue of demons, to turn the mind. Oh, by the way, this is page, just so you know, page 82, I think. Yeah, 82 out of.
Get to the point!
Pages, 600 pages. Anyway.
Edit your fucking videos at least, man. I'm live. And even I edit my YouTube content when I upload it. Thank you, Dubsy. Okay? Get to the fucking point.
Page 82. Page 81, 82. Question 7 is whether sorcerers are able, through the virtue of demons, to turn the minds of humans to irregular hatred or love. Irregular hatred or love, which is a lust about. And about the way to propound this topic in sermons to the congregation. That's probably to help warn them. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the context of that is. But anyway, question 8 is whether, as far as the topic in sermons to the congregation, is he trying to warn them, or are they actually doing those sermons to get them to believe that in the church? Question 8 is whether they are able to impede the power of procreation, the sexual act, with a certain incidental question as to why this act is sometimes impeded with respect to one person and not another. So these questions, by the way, are then further delved into later on. So he's just summarizing what he's going to be talking about. So sexual acts, they're obviously focusing on that, or focusing on lust and sexuality. Question 9 is whether they take away male, check this out, is whether they take away male members through a magical illusion, as if these members have been torn from the body, with certain other related difficulties. So they're trans. This is in 14th century paganism, witchcraft and Satanism. They are turning men into women. And he's trying to figure out what's going on.
What if they want that?
They need to investigate this.
Like, obviously, you shouldn't do that against their will, but if they consent to that, then sure, fine, I don't care. It's their body.
And this is like prevalent across the culture. And I even read where a missionary went to China for the first time, and he saw how many trans there were. You couldn't believe how many, like, it was just common.
Trans.
So trans was a huge, and the Roman guy I just read in the Tom Holland's book was pissed off that the pagan temples were failing, and the priests were all trans at the bars, and they were all dressed as women, getting drunk and then having sex with men.
Great. Let them do it. And what's wrong if they do that, huh? What's the problem? What's the big idea, storytelling Ron? Why is that wrong? Give me a reason to give a single solitary fuck about any of the bullshit you've been rambling on and on about. Okay? This is barely about D&D. This is barely about D&D. Like, what is this, man? Come on. So stupid.
Question...
And sensationally boring.
10 is whether they're... Okay, this is...
But since you got me worked up, I'll give you a little
whether
longer.
they are able to change humans into the shapes of animals with another incidental difficulty. Furries.
Okay.
They've already... Nothing new here.
But that's in Harry Potter too, man. That's called transfiguration in fucking Harry Potter. Yeah, I know my Harry Potter lore. All right? It's transfiguration. People turning into animals has been a thing since, like, people were cavemen. That's, like, always been a thing. Is the idea, the concept of people turning, like, it's werewolves, right? That's one. Vampires even. Those are people that turn into bats. Like, what are you talking about? This is all, like, it doesn't have to be furries, man. The fact that that's where your mind jumps says more about you than it does about anybody else. So stupid.
Question 11. Okay, is about midwife sorceresses who kill fetuses in the womb and outside in various ways.
I don't care. They're fetuses.
Abortions. So they're trying to stop these abortions, child sacrifices, sexualizing them. the trans.
Where did it say sexualizing
why
children?
They are doing this, or how is it they're able to do all this stuff? They don't even know. He's literally saying we have to. This is like a McCarthy moment, or this is a moment where he's exposing the communist Marxist
abortion is literally in the
paganism
Bible.
that's going on, and he's obviously been hated throughout history. The witch trials have been judged as hateful
communist
because of what
Marxist
they did.
paganism.
But that's what's been going on throughout the culture everywhere.
Isn't that literally just what the Nazis said? Like communist Marxist paganism? Like that's just shit that like the Nazis would say to justify like rounding up the Jews and the gays.
In the cities, the paganism had gotten so bad.
He just validated furries with medieval science. Huge furry W.
That he had to say, "Hey, this is an issue. We need to." This, I mean, it's all like under,
what's the issue?
Away and in the dark.
Why is it an issue?
And stuff, but he's like trying to expose it to the churches back then. That we need to wake up.
The only thing you've brought up is sacrificing children, which is what you call abortion because you're a caveman brain fuck, and sexualizing kids because you think that saying that gay and trans kids exist is sexualizing them, which again makes you a caveman brain fuck. All right? You suck, man. You're boring as shit, and I'm done with your video. I'm so done with this, man. It's just so stupid. Next segment, moving on. If you want to talk to me, you can hit me up using a variety of ways to contact me, okay? I would love to have a discussion with you. But besides that, I'm sorry, man. Your content's boring, and you're just talking, man. You're just saying words. You're just saying words that you think sound good, and then staring at the camera sometimes to like drive your point in, and that's all you do. Okay, you're making the world an objectively worse place with your ideology, and I don't care if you think that my quote-unquote ideology is a quote-unquote religion. It's objectively better than yours. So go fuck yourself. Have a good day. I have to go to bed. Shouldn't have even stayed up for this yapper. It's boring yet stupidly funny at the same time. Well, that's because of me. I'm the one adding to it. All right, Lady Nova. Thanks so much for being here. You have a great night. Yeah, gays and women. There's male and woke. There's gay and there's straight and there's woke. There's white and there's woke. Oh yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. For those who don't know, we are having a fundraiser tomorrow for Queen Laura. What's the symbol? Queen Laura made it for me. The symbol is a I don't know what the exact denomination is, but it has, I have the note hung up on my wall. It's like safety. It like brings safety to you and your home, basically. But yeah, that's from Queen Laura. It's very nice gift. Oh, Queen Laura, you got my stress ball, right? Unfortunately, that was one of the prototypes I sent you. That was back before I perfected my craft. Protection of self and home. Yeah, I got it right. See, I remember. Good. I was a little worried because I got an email that somebody didn't get a package or something, but it was a bullshit email, I think. This guy plays more make-believe than the D&D players. That's pretty great. Add to the dislikes. All right. Nazis believe Jews were not even human. Yeah. Disgusting. All right, let's jump right into the next one. We got to get through it. Actually, let me, I'll be honest, I got to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Sorry, my mic was muted the whole time. I got big yarn. Bernat, what is it called? Bernat plush yarn. So it's just, it's very nice yarn to work with. I'm going to try to make a blow high out of it. I forgot to get pink though, so I might have to go back for that. It's very satisfying to work with though. I like it a lot. Gonna make us a magic ring here. We're just gonna take a real quick reprieve. Real quick. I won't be long. We'll get back to the juice in just a second. And a 1. So what I'm doing is I made a magic ring and now I'm crocheting into it. This is how you start your blow high shark, your trans shark, the trans cultural icon. 2, 3, 4, and a 5, and a 6. I might have to use a slightly smaller hook. Femboy stole it? Oh, gotcha. And then it's really easy to close, which is nice. So you just pull on this and then it shuts like that. And you got a nice little circle. You can keep crocheting into it. I love working with this yarn. I don't know how good it's going to look at the end of it, but I love working with it. Very satisfying. Crocheting in general is just super satisfying. I love it. I highly recommend it to anybody who hasn't tried it yet. I'm also making, I started working on a mini blow high shark. I might make some blow high keychains for those who don't want to spend quite as much money on like a full-sized blow high. Hold on, I did something wrong. Okay. Actually... we're gonna get started in a second, guys. Don't be leaving. We got more juice for you. Just hang on. Let me have my little fun here. I have so many pot holders. Three, 4. I love this yarn. 5. 6. Almost done. 7. 8. We're gonna go to 12. Then I'll put it down. Then I'll put it down. After this one. After this next round. Promise. I promise. That's what it feels like sometimes. 9. I has the shark, the whale, and the octopus. I have too many blow high, but my ace partner keeps butt stuffies help. Oh, gotcha. Butt stuffies help. 11. 12. There we go. And that's how you begin your shark. This is going to be the snoot. That would be the snoot of your blow high. That's how you start a lot of projects. A magic ring and then you double crochet into it. So yeah. It's fun yarn. Fun yarn. I like it. And then eventually you get something akin to this. Alright. Y'all came from the juice, or for the juice. It's time for the juice. We got one more guy to look at. I feel like my content's been a little bit lazy lately just because I'm doing all these React segments and like there's a lot going on in the world that I have not addressed on stream yet. But like, I don't know. The whole Joe Biden shit just depresses me when I think about it, honestly. It's disappointing. It is extraordinarily disappointing. I try to stay hopeful, but man, it is not looking good out there, guys. And I think that's why I've been avoiding it.
Hey guys,
sorry. I came back to look at Alec because he's dreamy. Thank you. Came to look at Alec. Gotcha. All right. If you came from a conservative Christian household like I did, it's probably not a secret that Christianity has ruined many people's lives, makes their lives functionally worse. So, and that's why many people end up leaving the religion and then even estranging their family members that try to evangelize them to bring them back to Christ or whatever they want to call it. And that's, if I had to guess, that's probably what these TikToks are going to be about that this guy's reacting to. His name's Wise Disciple. I found him through somebody else's video, and I'll be honest, I completely forget who it was, and I feel bad about it. But somebody else did a video reacting to his content. And let's just read a little bit about him. Wise Disciple began with Nate Sala on an old PC in a small corner of his living room, a small upstart. Nate was teaching his local youth group about how to properly engage arguments against Christianity. He was indoctrinating them to be little parishioners, yeah. He created the website for his church to go deeper into each of these early lessons. Today, Nate is equipping thousands of Christians to live like Christ, have confidence in their faith, and to communicate why Christianity is true. There you go. So let's see why Christianity is true. He's reacting to these TikToks about why Jesus ruined people's lives. So let's take a look.
This is why I don't like TikTok. The ADD-riddled brain that can withstand these little nuggets of thought.
Satan has like this adoration for God.
Is that what the Bible just said? It was adoration?
I've never been so interested in the Bible, but not in the way that Christians would probably want.
What would be nice is if someone was around to disciple this young lady.
Christianity teaches
Disciple her? What the fuck are you talking about? What?
You that you can do whatever you want, but as long as you ask.
I hate this guy's energy. He's like all of the worst parts of Tony Stark. Like all of the snide, smarmy bullshit that Tony Stark has without any of like the, you know, the good parts. Like, you know, literally being a superhero.
The Lord for forgiveness, you're forgiven. And then you can just do it again.
False. What? I mean, you know, like, what is that? That's not even Christianity.
Following Jesus.
What? Did she just say you can sin and then ask for forgiveness and then do it again?
This young lady.
Christianity teaches you that you can do whatever you want, but as long as you ask the Lord for forgiveness, you're forgiven.
Wait, that's literally true.
False.
No, that's true.
What, I mean, you know, like, what is that? That's not even Christianity.
Following Jesus Christ and Christianity ruined my life.
I wish there was a Christian somewhere, or a pastor somewhere, that would just talk about giving up all to follow Christ. I wish Jesus would have said something about that. Oh, wait a second.
Okay. Oh, boy.
Got some more TikTok theology for you.
Wait, I might have seen this guy once before. I'm not sure. Honestly, I want to believe the Democrat game plan is that Biden will just keel over during campaign or whatever so that they can slot Kamala Harris in. I mean, I don't know if they have a plan, man. Dubsy, cut that out. I don't want anything about fucking Biden in this video.
Only this time it's coming from non-believers who are pointing out their problems with God and with the Bible. But are those problems legitimate, or is this more TikTok nonsense? We're about to find out. But first, if you're new here, welcome. This is Wise Disciple. My name is Nate Sala, and I'm helping you become the effective Christian that you were meant to be. Before I jumped into this ministry full-time, I was a debate teacher and a pastor, and I draw from both of those interesting experiences to make these videos.
I would love for him to come on and talk to me if he's such a great debate teacher, right? I would love that. Demonstrate on me, sir, how good you are at debating. Would love to have that conversation.
Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. We're almost to 200,000 subs. Come
on. I feel like, okay, you can conceivably lose a debate to a Christian about God, but like how? You know what I mean? Like how? Like it's literally like, okay, God's all loving, all knowing, all powerful. You recognize that, yes? Why is there suffering? Because free choice. Okay, but God controls that, so he made the suffering, yes? Like it's not that hard to deconstruct it.
Come on, guys. We're going to do a very special dance when we reach that together, you and I. Also, if you think this is an important discussion, would you share this with somebody? Anybody. It just helps me out. Finally, check out the awesome discounts we're running through Logos Bible Soft. The series of Scripture. Go to logos.com/wise disciple for some great deals today.
Being a good little Christian for 25 years, thinking nothing could make me stop believing. Actually reads the Bible. True.
Okay, so yeah, the suggestion is this.
True.
This is why I don't like TikTok. I don't.
Why?
I don't have the ADD riddled brain that can withstand these little nuggets of thought. I come from a different world where the internet and screen time, it did not exist.
Address the point, man, Mr. Debate Teacher. Address the fucking point.
I still remember those days where there were 3 network television channels, right?
Address the point.
We all went outside and we played.
I agree. TikTok sucks and it's made for ADHD Zoomers. Now address the point.
Until the sun went down, So for me,
back in the good old days, we would throw rocks at each other.
5-second videos, they're underdeveloped. If there was an argument here, it is way underdeveloped. These are chicken nugget thoughts. They're not big enough to actually be a full argument.
Yeah, it's bumper sticker logic. You still have to address it. Think about what she's actually saying.
To actually investigate for validity and for coherence. There are these little tiny...
You know exactly what she means. We know what she means, okay? If you want a solidly constructed argument, here's what it is. You grow up your entire life learning about the Bible, learning about Christianity, thinking about like God and how you're going to be saved as long as you believe in God, and God is all loving and all powerful and blah, 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 this bullshit and that bullshit. Okay, you learn all that, and then you actually sit down, you decide, I'm going to read the Bible cover to cover. And what do you find out? You find out that God is a huge piece of shit through the whole thing. Like an enormous piece of shit. Like an unfathomably gigantic piece of shit, okay? And what are we to take from that as Christians? That our God is a piece of shit? I thought he was all good and all loving and all powerful. Is that a good enough argument for you? Is that salient enough for your tiny brain to comprehend, your brain that can't understand the point? If I can understand it, you can too, man. I know that you're not dumber than me, at least in some ways.
Chicken nuggets that never fill you up, you know what I mean? And then you have to eat like 13 chicken nuggets instead of just ordering the double cheeseburger and large fry. So, well, now I'm hungry.
If he doesn't address the point,
I guess the point here was reading the Bible makes people atheists. Okay, but how?
It took a minute, but we got there.
One thing I never understood when I was a Christian.
Wait, what? That's it? That's all you get? What do you mean, how? What? Okay, keep going.
Question was, they always described Satan as being like God's favorite angel. He was just like the most talented. He was like so close to God, and then he just got ahead of himself and wanted to be like God. I never had a moment in
my brain is so broken by crocheting. I looked at her braids and I was like, ooh, that's a nice chain. It's a nice crochet chain.
Time where one of my kids wanted to be like me, and I was just like angry about it to the point to where I would disown them and kick them out and stuff like that. It's an
So, okay. Notice the way that this is being framed for her audience. According to the Bible, it appears that the devil's origin story was that he was a divine being, part of the beings that God created as...
Sorry, baby was here for a second. I had to go full screen for it. Come here. Come here. Don't chew on that. That's what I thought. Come here. Turd. Whatever.
As part of his heavenly host. So this lady says, well, you know what? Satan got ahead of himself and he wanted to be like God. But is that what really happened? Look at this. Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. How you are fallen from heaven, O day star, son of dawn. How you are cut down to the ground, you who laid the nations low. Watch this. You said in your heart, I will ascend to heaven above the stars of God. I will set my throne on high. I will sit on the mount of assembly in the far reaches of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will make myself like the Most High. Okay.
It does say those words.
At first blush, it sounds like this lady has a point. Now, you know, it's another video altogether to get into the specifics of the reasoning behind the devil being in view here in this passage and in Ezekiel chapter 28 as well. Okay. And if you want a video like that, maybe we can, you know, let me know and I'll make one. But suffice it to say, Christians understand that the devil is being described here. And so then you look at that, and especially verse 14, and you say, wow, it sounds like this lady is right. The devil wanted to be like the Most High. So what's wrong with that? Ezekiel tells us, though. Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12. Thus says the Lord God.
I agree, though. Like, what makes God, like, what gives him the right? Like, let's say that God Israel, okay. What gives him the right? Like, he just gets to exist above all of us for what reason? Exactly. Like, what? That doesn't seem very fair to me. Like, why can't I be God? Like, why can't I steal God's power and be God? I don't understand. Why doesn't he submit to me and say, I'll be your God? You know, like, I'll do your bidding. Like, you're God now. I'll just zappity zap anything that you tell me to. Why not? What made him earn it? What gave him the right? That's what I want to know.
You were the signet of perfection, full of wisdom.
Because he created us? I didn't fucking ask to be created, okay?
Wisdom and perfect in beauty.
Nobody did.
You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. Sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, emerald, and carbuncle. And crafted in gold were your settings and your engravings. On the day that you were created, they were prepared. Here it is. You were an anointed guardian cherub. I placed you. You were on the holy mountain of God. In the midst of the stones of fire you walked. You were blameless in your ways from the day you were created till, here it is, unrighteousness was found in you. In the abundance of your trade, you were filled with violence in your midst, and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the mountain of God, and I destroyed you, O guardian cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire.
By the way, this sounds very polytheistic right now. Am I wrong? This sounds extremely polytheistic right now. Like just one God getting mad at another God.
Your heart was proud because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. Notice those key terms in there. Unrighteousness, sin, pride, corruption, right?
Okay.
If you want to know why the devil...
I already forgot the main point. What was that lady's point? We're at 6:51 right now. Let me go over her TikTok again, because this is dragging. We're at 6:51.
Satan as being like God's favorite angel. He was just like the most talented. He was like so close to God. And then he just got ahead of himself and wanted to be like God. I never had a moment in time where one of my kids wanted to be like me, and I was just like angry about it to the point to where I would disown them and kick them out and stuff like that. It's an
So, okay.
Baby's back. Briefly. Okay. Well, she's on my lap now, but it's fine. Okay. So she's asking, like, what's the problem with wanting to be like God? But that's a theme in the Bible, is it not? Wanting to be like God. I mean, that's the Tower of Babel. That's like worshiping like idols. That's idolatry. That's a main theme of the Bible, is nothing is before God. So I don't, like, that is part of what he was doing wrong, yes?
The devil was cast out. It's because of these particular characteristics. These qualities that drove him to rebel. And if you put that together with Isaiah, now you see a fuller picture. It wasn't that the devil wanted to be like the Most High. The devil wanted to usurp the Most High.
Based. honestly, usurp God. I think that's base.
To take God out of his place and put himself in God's position. How do we know that? Well, it's just spelled out right here in verse 17. The devil's pride in himself and in his own beauty caused him to corrupt wisdom for the sake of his own glory. That's what he was after. Self-glorification. And in self-glorification, there is no room for God. There is only room for the self.
Interesting comparison to make. God has, his angels, and he has Satan, and Satan has like this adoration for God and then wants to be like God.
Well, yeah, but was it adoration though? Was it adoration? Like, is that what the Bible just said? It was adoration?
God, and somebody had asked me one time, like, well, what would you do if somebody, came into your house and wanted your house and wanted your stuff? I'm like, I would show them how I got it. I would show them how to get it. I don't see a problem with that. I don't feel threatened by that. Yeah.
This isn't about Satan wanting to go into God's house and like wanting his stuff. When we get off of that. Sorry, baby problems. This is about the Satan recognizing the very real truth in the story, at least, that God being above everybody didn't make any sense. Like there was no rhyme or reason to it except that God just got all this power for no reason. And he was upset by that and understandably envious, okay? I would be too. I'd be like, why do you get that power? It's a very reasonable, logical reaction. That's what this is about.
Somebody who's not full of themselves is fine with sharing.
This is why it's almost always unhelpful to come up with analogies talking about human-to-human interactions when we try to explain God and his actions and especially his motives. When God relates and engages all other beings in creation, it is not at all the same thing as one human being engaging another human being.
Why not?
You're already off on the wrong foot with the illustration. Why? Well, because human beings
Why should I? Okay.
should not worship other human beings. And yet we were created to worship God.
Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck you. That's cuck shit. No, I don't care why God created me. If he did. All right? I'm going to live my life as I please. I did not ask to be created.
In Isaiah 43, God says, I created my people for my own glory. And, deep down, we all know that. We all know deep down that something deserves glory. Whether you believe in God, follow him, love him, or you reject him.
All glory to me.
We all know that something in this world deserves glory. That's why we give it away.
All you have to do to shut this down is tell him that this is cuck behavior. Like, you're cucked, dude. You're cucked. Like, there's no helping you. You have a submission fetish, and you're trying to impose it on everybody else. Stop this. It's disgusting.
To a lot of different things.
Glory
you ever notice that?
Yes.
Right? We glorify
incomplete
possessions.
as of yet, sure.
We glorify jobs and relationships and other people. Like huge.
I would like to take this opportunity once again to show my shop. It's etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. You can grab not a shark yet, but we're getting close. So I'm completing the first shark that will be on sale for the shop. In the meantime, you can also enjoy some nice coasters that I made. They're very well-made coasters that you can put your drinky drinks on, as long as the cup's not too tall. If the cup's too tall, it might tilt over because the coasters, unfortunately, are a little bit thick, but we like them that way. So, yeah. And you can also get keychains and stickers and stress balls. Anyway.
Huge celebrities. We glorify, some of us, the earth and the universe. We give glory to these things all the time because deep down we know that something deserves glory. The reality is the one who created all things deserves the glory. And guess what happens when we don't give him glory? Romans chapter 1, verse 21, for although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him, but they became futile in their thinking and their foolish hearts were darkened. Claiming to be wise, they became fools and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images resembling mortal man and birds and animals and creeping things. Notice the trajectory. When we don't give God glory, it's not as if we stop worshiping. No, people keep worshiping because that's what's in our nature to do. But now we give it away to things that don't deserve.
Okay, if it's in our nature to worship God, then why do so many of us not do it? If it's literally in our nature to give worship, like give something our unbridled worship and reverence, then why do I not do it? Why is it not in my nature? Because if it's by nature, then it should be a universal constant, right? You know, like it's by nature that, like, you know, well, gee, I don't know, actually. Hold on. Like it's by nature that I'm pulled to the earth by gravity, right? Like that's just by nature, okay? It's like a universal constant. I'm pulled to the earth by gravity. Gravity is a universal constant. That is like a by nature occurrence. If it's by nature that I should be worshiping God, then why don't I? Clearly God fucked up somewhere.
Serve it to things and people that cannot provide for us and care for us on a consistent basis. That we're not the one who actually made us in the first place. The way that God fits the bill.
God didn't make me. My dad and my mom fucked, and then they made me. That's how that works.
Our creator. But we act like these other things are, you know, can and fit the bill for all those.
This guy was a debate teacher?
Concepts. And then what happens next? All of a sudden, our minds become foolish.
How?
We reject the design for our lives that the one who made us gave us, and we disobey him, and then we sin. Look at verse 28. And since they did not see fit to acknowledge God, God gave them up to a debased mind to do what ought not to be done. Now, try to explain that in an analogy between two human beings. You know what I mean? It doesn't work.
But one thing that always struck me as curious is like,
what was the argument there? That like God is all powerful and therefore you should worship him? Again, that's just cuck shit.
Like if these angels have like the capacity to think and they're able and they're intelligent beings, they're just like these angels are not, you know, some people say, oh, Satan knows the Bible better than the scriptures better than we do as people, right? And some of us really, really, really know the scriptures, right? But you mean to tell me this intelligent being, this angel who knows exactly what the scripture...
Maybe... Sorry, I'm trying to catch her. Come here. Say hello to the people. Tell them why atheism is good, actually. I can feel you purring. Why do you stink? Stink. You did get big. The chunky girl. Stop chewing on that. I have like a rubber band that holds my monitor's like power battery to the monitor itself, and she keeps chewing it and it's almost torn through. You need to stop.
Just says about what will happen to him is just gonna follow word for word what the Bible says he's gonna do. He's not gonna.
This is actually an interesting question. I'll let her finish.
Just have his own autonomy. He's not going to make a different decision other than what is written already in the Bible. He's just going to see that the Bible says that, and he's going to do it exactly what the Bible says. Isn't he kind of intelligent?
So is the question like, so God didn't write the Bible. He's just going to look at the Bible and see what is ordained in there, and that's what he's going to do, right? Okay, I can kind of see where she's going.
Don't he know, like...
Yeah, so if the devil knows what is written about him, why does he continue to do the very thing that he knows will already happen? That's an interesting question, you know? And actually, I believe, you know, Christians in the church who believe the Bible, who believe what's going to happen in the future with the devil, they also ask that question. That's just a really good question. Let me just say that I don't know what the woman is trying to imply by asking this question, but it's an interesting question. There's a moment where a legion of demons...
If I had to guess, what she's trying to imply is that the Bible's bullshit.
say something to Jesus in Matthew chapter 8. Take a look at this. Matthew chapter 8, verse 29. And behold, the demons, they cried out, "What have you to do with us, O Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time?" Notice the way they say that. Before the time. It's as if they know that there will come a day when their time is up, but it's not that day. And so they are continuing to do what is in their nature to do, which is to rebel against the Lord. As a matter of fact, in Romans 11, we are told that the time being referred to here is when the fullness of the Gentiles comes in. In other words, when the Gentile nations will be fully evangelized and the Great Commission is fully realized, it's fully fulfilled, the devil and the demons know this. They know that.
They're just end of the world cultists. Like, they just want to bring about the rapture. That's all these people are about. It's some freak shit. It's like literal drink the Kool-Aid shit, you know, like, oh, just, you know, come on over, sheep. And be indoctrinated so that eventually, you know, the rapture will come and God will kill all of us. And then the good people will go to heaven and the bad people will stay here on earth, where a great war will take place and lots of bloodshed and violence, even though God is all powerful and that doesn't necessarily have to happen in our lore, right? But this is the way God wants it. He's got a plan, guys. Trust the plan, bro. Trust the plan. Like, that's what you believe, man. That's psychotic. That's psychotic. Psychotic. You cannot believe this shit and claim to be like a logically minded person.
At time. They are anticipating that, right? And they know that their activity can perhaps forestall this fullness. At least from their perspective, they can try to throw as many wrenches into the fullness of the Gentiles or the completion of God's plan that they can. And they will continue to do what is in their nature to do, which is to rebel.
Bro, why does nobody talk about this? Literally right here on line 22 of Genesis chapter 3, it says the man has now become like one of us. Like one of us. What the does that even mean? Is that God acknowledging that there are multiple all-knowing beings? He's not the sole only God? Why are these things not discussed in Bible study? Like, why are these things not talked about? Because it's very... The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Because then we'd be God. We would be God. Our next step to becoming God is having an eternal life. Is that the word? What if what a God is someone who is all-knowing and lives eternally? I just think this is all so interesting. Like, I've never been so interested in the Bible, but not in the way that Christians would probably want.
Yeah.
So what she's saying is that what qualifies as God is somebody who lives eternally and is all-knowing, and the fruit from the tree of knowledge would make you all-knowing. But I thought the fruit from the tree of knowledge only gave you knowledge of good and evil, and that made you all-knowing. Right? Like, I don't know. The Bible is very inconsistent.
Boy, what would be nice is if someone was around to disciple this young lady.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Answer the damn question.
Who is not a Christian, but
don't be a condescending piece of shit. Just answer like the very reasonable question. Somebody was around to disciple this girl. Fuck you. I wish somebody were around to disciple you. Okay? Out of this ridiculous mindset that you have.
For some reason, is curious about what the Bible says. I mean, you hear the things that she's saying, right? And then that's one thing. But then I see a kind of a passion here.
Also, I just want to point out the insinuation at the very beginning that, like, I don't have the mental capacity for this ADHD bullshit. You're making videos about it, dude. Shut the fuck up. You know that you're bullshitting yourself when you say that. Okay, you're sitting here making videos about it. This is not the only one, mind you. Okay? You like these TikTok segments just as much as anybody else does. Fuck off.
A genuine interest in the things that the Bible has to say. And I see an opportunity. So I would wish that somebody could truly disciple this person as they study the scriptures.
Answer the question.
The problem is she's probably reading alone. And then sharing everything on TikTok. She's reading the Bible in a manner that separates her from the greater conversation.
This is the problem with this guy. He keeps condescending people who are bringing up like decent points, Just answer the fucking point. I know that you think that this is all very obvious, but like it's not, okay? It's really not, my dude.
Conversation that Christians have been having about the Bible for thousands of years. I mean, there are answers to all of her questions. It's called doctrine and theology. You know, the Christian church has spent thousands of years studying, praying, and meditating on the scripture. Not that kind of...
My man said, go Google it. He said, just Google it, Sweaty. My man is literally a former debate teacher, and he said, go Google it, Sweaty. Fuck you.
Meditation. And we have the answers to these questions this lady was asking. And that's what I mean. I wish she would just seek someone who would give her these answers. But instead, she creates a TikTok video as if to, what? Invite other people to be confused about this like her?
Stop acting offended. You're so... oh, your little fifis are hurt because somebody asked a very basic fucking question on TikTok. Answer it.
The fact is, God is not alone.
I hate this guy.
At creation. Just look at Genesis chapter 1. Verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was over the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. So, right there, we see God, and we see the Spirit of God. Okay? So, put a pin in that, right?
What?
Let's go to the Gospel of John.
What? How? Excuse me? So you're saying that that's like two different people? Like, I don't understand this at all.
John, real quick. Chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning was the Word.
Maybe I'm
And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with
bullshit.
God. All things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Was made.
Okay.
This right here is a recounting of the same scene in Genesis chapter 1, the moment of creation. How do we know that? Well, because of the same exact phrase, in the beginning. And look who's there also. It's Jesus, the Word of God.
Wait. That's your interpretation of Jesus. Okay? That's your interpretation. You inserted that. That's not explicitly Jesus, man.
So we put these together, okay? And this is not, by the way, an exhaustive list by any stretch, but we put these together and recognize.
Yeah, they always hyperfixate on words that were translated from like other fucking languages, you know what I mean? Like this is the problem with so many Christian arguments is that they hyperfixate on in the beginning. And as you can see, it says beginning. And the word beginning means at the start of something. And so what that means is that just answer the fucking questions, man. Stop hyper-focusing on little nomenclature. Okay? It's a word game. It's always a word game.
That God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit
just
were
like this.
all
This is
present at the moment of creation. But wait a second.
Oh, Jesus
there
was
were
there?
more of them.
Hold on, wait. Jesus was on Earth? I thought that Jesus came to Earth like way after that. You know? I thought that Jesus was somebody who came to Earth and then left and then is going to come back a second time. Are you saying that this is like his third go-around if he comes back again? I thought that was like heresy. I thought he like Christ has died, Christ is risen, Christ will come again. He comes a second time, not a third. What are you talking about?
Job chapter 38, verse 4. This is God talking to Job. He says, "Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth?"
God, that's such a fucking parent answer. It's like, where were you when I was building this fucking house, son? Huh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now you best do what I tell you to do. You know what I mean? Like, that's such a parent answer. It's like, you ask your parent, you're like, ugh. God, he's just a whiny fucking parent. If you have ever grown up, if you grew up with a whiny Christian parent, you know exactly where it comes from. It comes from this exact mentality that like the person who gives you, who creates you, has complete dominion over you. You know what I mean? It's such worship your father and mother bullshit.
Earth. This is the moment of creation. Now watch this. Verse 5. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? On what were its bases sunk? or who laid its cornerstone. So you see, he's
where were you when I created all those kids with cancer? Okay, well, where were you when those planes flew into the towers? Well, where were you when there was a bunch of pestilence and disease and suffering and wars and black plague and you know, and all these things that would probably lead you to believe that I'm not an all-loving God or an all-powerful God. But where were you when all it's like, dude, come on. Like, you did not create like a fucking perfect world for us to live on. Sorry.
Referring to when he created the entirety of the whole earth. But wait a second, here it is. Watch this. When the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. The morning stars are a reference to the divine beings that God already had created. And divine the sons beings, of God.
That's called polytheism, my man. You're a polytheist. You believe in divine beings other than Yahweh. Okay? At the very least, demigods. You're a polytheist, man.
The B'nai Elohim are a reference to the divine beings that God already has created. So in other words, God's heavenly host was also present in the beginning, in the creation event that is spoken of in Genesis chapter 1 and John chapter 1. So no, God was not alone.
You're a polytheist.
And so then the conversation he's having makes sense.
Did God create them? God surely must have created them, right? So if he created them, then there was at least a fucking moment in time that he was alone. Because if you think that God created everything, then he created them, right? This is all bullshit.
Sense, right?
It's inconsistent.
So what this person talks about, you know, when she does, when she talks about what God is, it seems like she drastically shortchanges his attributes. Did you notice that? It's not just that God is all-knowing, because that's kind of like her definition of God, right? Well, it's all-knowing, and he lives eternally, right? But, you know, God isn't only those things. God is the creator of all things. He is the source and standard of morality. He is the one who holds power over life and death. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? And
what's his name again? Wise disciple. Do you have anybody that you've lost that was dear to you that would happen very suddenly or like in a tragic way? Do you have anybody who was like lost in some kind of horrific accident or went missing or got cancer and suffered until they died? You know, things like that. Like, has that ever happened to anybody that you know? You know, surely you've suffered, right? Why? Why did God do that to you? What do you think? Is a God like that worthy of your worship? A God that would take somebody from you in such a horrific fashion, in such a sudden, horrific way? Because if that hasn't happened to you, which it might not have, it's happened to many people, okay? I lost one of my best childhood friends when she was 18. 18. Car accident. Done. Gone. Gone. Where was God? Where was he? He wasn't there. He wasn't there to save her. She's gone, man. I'll never see her again, and neither will her family. At 18! Your God is not all good. He's a piece of shit.
And, I mean, again, this person would know this if she took her questions to a local church and just asked somebody, a brother or sister, to walk alongside her and help her as she studies God's word. Which, by the way, we would be more than happy to help. Amen? Boy, thank you so much for watching.
I'm enjoying this segment, but Alec, your theological assessments are not up to par. I mean, what have I said that's wrong so far? Like, I understand that, like, I'm not always the best at articulating what I'm saying, but I feel like I'm at least doing decently. Same thing happened to my mom's childhood friend? Yeah. It happens a lot, all the time. Like, I don't feel... Okay, my theological assessments are not as bad as his, because he's being incredibly inconsistent, if nothing else. What I get from that last one is her argument was good as fuck and he had no idea how to counter. Yeah, I know. And he's extremely condescending. He's hoping to say so many words that he confuses you into agreeing with him. Yeah, that's basically what I'm getting.
this video. Did you know that the majority of people who do watch are not subscribed
And that
to the channel? It just really helps me to get the word out about this ministry. I greatly appreciate it.
Who taught men that after they apologize, they just can keep doing the thing that they apologize for?
Christianity. Christianity teaches you that you can do whatever you want, but as long as you ask the Lord for forgiveness, you're forgiven. And then you can just do it again. And then ask for forgiveness again. And if you pulled the old deathbed repentance, you can still get into heaven. Christianity.
That's not wrong.
False. What I mean, you know,
but it's not.
What is that? That's not even Christianity. That's certainly not the gospel. The gospel is not never repent, never change, stay exactly the way that you are. Just you know, right on your deathbed, say a bunch of magic.
I don't think they're bad, but I think it's more of a matter of Christian theology nowadays being so easy to debunk. You mean not easy to debunk or easy to debunk? Like, listen, I am no theologian. I'm not like one of those atheists who sits here and like studies the Bible for weeks on end, you know, picking out like the little inconsistent. I don't do that, which more power to those who do. You know, you do your thing. The Bible's a very interesting piece of work to study. You know, it's a historical relic. All right. But like, you know, I understand that I'm not all that when it comes to that stuff. But what I am capable of doing is like, you know, reasoning my way through what a all-powerful, all-loving, and all-knowing God should be capable of, you know, and what he allows. Like, let's look at Sufism. Avicenna came up with extremely rational reasons for God's existence. I'd love to hear some.
Magic words, right? Everything will be peachy keen. Where in the scripture is this taught? Is it here? Philippians chapter 1, verse 27. Only let your manner of life be worthy of the gospel of Christ. Let your life be worthy of it, so that whether I come and see you or am absent, I may hear of you, that you are standing firm in one spirit, with one mind, striving side by side for the faith of the gospel. What does that mean?
That's manipulation.
To let your life be worthy of the gospel. Does it?
That means your God is a manipulative, narcissist fucking parent. The parent who's like, whether I see you do it or not, whether I'm in the room with you or not, I'm going to know that you do it. Okay? I'm going to know that you're looking at porn, even if I'm not in the room, even if I don't say anything about it. Okay? Like, there are people with parents like that. There are parents like that. Your God's a manipulative parent.
Does it mean that you just go around doing whatever you want and saying whatever you want and then asking forgiveness for it later and then going back to doing what you want? You know? By the way, like, what is the gospel, right? This is 1 Corinthians 15. This is the Apostle Paul. Now, I would remind you, brothers, of the gospel that I preached to you, which you received, in which you stand, right? What is this gospel that Paul preached? Watch this, verse 3. For I delivered to you as of first importance what I also received. Christ died for our sins in accordance with the scriptures. He was buried. He was raised on the third day in accordance with the scriptures. He appeared to Peter, then to the 12, to the disciples, right? Then he appeared to more than 500 brothers at one time, most of whom are still alive, though some have fallen asleep. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles. Last of all, as to one untimely born, he also appeared to me. And the disciples, you know, as they do, they pass the message of Jesus' resurrection to all of us. That's the gospel, which is the power of salvation to anyone who believes, right? That's Romans chapter 1.
Okay, so as long as I believe in God, I have the power to be saved. Got it. Like that's, you know, basically the same as what she was saying. Like, as long as you believe in God and believe that, like, you know, Jesus will save you, that you'll go to heaven. It's the same basic concept. You just ask for forgiveness. You're adding a step in there, basically.
So if that's the gospel and we are to live our lives in a manner worthy of the gospel, then what does that look like? Like, what is required of us? Repentance. Repent and believe. That's what Jesus says in Mark chapter 1. That's what Peter says in Acts chapter 3. That's what the Apostle Paul says in Acts chapter 17. Repentance is fundamental. Look at what Jesus says here in Luke chapter 5, verse 32. I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners to what? Repentance. This lady, this TikToker, she's not characterizing Christianity very well. She's completely missed what it means to be a Christian. And unfortunately, a lot of people that go to church on Sundays are also missing what it means to be a Christian.
I mean, I'm fine with repenting for things that you've done wrong, But, you know, there are people who believe, like, the message that comes across a lot of the time is, in fact, that you can just be forgiven. As long as you go to, like, the confessional booth and tell the you know, the guy behind there who's definitely not, like, colluding with other people because he doesn't ever have to reveal any information that anybody tells them. Definitely not colluding with those people how to get, like, kiddie porn and shit, because that never happens at all in the Catholic Church millions of times. You know, that if you, as long as you go to that guy and tell him all of your sins, that you'll be saved. And as long as you believe in Christ on top of that. Like, that's what people believe. And so that's how people behave in Christianity. Like, most Christians believe that. So if that's what most Christians believe, I feel like that's a tenet of your belief system, at least partially. Like the one that you ascribe to, the same one that everyone else ascribes to. Does that make any sense? Like, that's the message that most people are getting. And so, like, most Christians are getting. And so if that's not the case, then I'm sorry, but your God and your holy book did a very bad job of portraying that, you know?
Following Jesus Christ and Christianity ruined my life. Okay, here's the list. I gotta write it out. Left me with no home to retire in, tithing, no spouse, no children, no sex life, terrible health for 20 years, no healing, no warm feeling of love, and I did everything. Baptized as a baby, baptized as an adult, read the Bible, sinner's prayer, hands in the air, Christian music for decades. I did Christian, everything. I did everything. Left me with nothing. Took everything from me. Why am I talking about this? Because I wish someone would have told me this.
That's rough, buddy.
Decades ago. But no one's going to say this, especially not the pastors who are making a living at this. They're not going to talk about this. Following Jesus.
Whoa, really? Really? We're not going to talk about this. Boy,
Okay, talk about it.
I wish there was a Christian somewhere or a pastor somewhere that would just talk about.
Just talk about it. Just go. Okay, stop warming up. I know that you're a very, very smart boy. You're such a smart boy. Just talk. Just
giving
talk.
up all
Just
to
say
follow
what
Christ.
you mean.
I wish Jesus would have said something about that. Oh, wait a second. Luke chapter 14, verse 26. If anyone comes to me, this is Jesus, and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Now stop. The word hate is used to translate a concept, a Jewish concept that Jesus...
Yeah, and he said that he did all that shit and his life still sucks. He said he did everything right and his life still sucks. He did everything right and Christ still indicted him, okay? What's wrong? Like, what's the problem? What's the disconnect? Aren't you supposed to have a good life if, like, unless God just, like, said, fuck you, you know, like, you know, I'm sorry, man. That's rough, man. Good luck. I know that you did everything right and worshiped me and did everything that I asked you to, but, you know, I just don't really feel like giving you a good life. You know, better luck in the next life. Good luck. Like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
This is teaching that refers to prioritizing. He's not using the word the way that we understand it and we use it today in the English language. If you guys also want me to unpack that in a future video, I'd be happy.
What word? What?
Translate a concept, a Jewish concept that Jesus is teaching that refers to prioritizing. He's not using the word the way that we understand it and we use it today in the English language. If you guys also want me to unpack that in a future video, I'd be happy to. The point is, Jesus is setting the expectation for what it looks like to follow him here. We have to prioritize him. Now watch this. Whoever does not...
Wait, this line said... Oh, sorry, I misread this line. Does not hate his own father, mother, and wife, and children, and brothers and sisters, and even his own life. He cannot be my disciple. Hold on. What? That sounds, like, bad. Why would you hate your own mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters in your own life?
Like to follow him here. We have to prioritize him. Now watch this. Whoever does not bear his own cross and come after me cannot be my disciple. For which of you, desiring to build a tower, does not first sit down and count the cost, whether he has enough to complete it? Okay, spoiler alert, following Jesus is going to cost you. It's going to cost you.
Then convince me to do it, man. What do I get out of it? What do I get out of, like, not being gay? You know? Like, yeah, wife bad. Like, what do I got out of, like, you know, following God? You know? Like, this seems like a very sick, twisted game that he set up, is really what I'm getting from this.
Things. For some people, you know, it's not going to cost as much as others. But
the next Christian, how somehow I could speak circles around this loser. Yeah, he's like not articulating his beliefs very well. Like, he keeps referring to scripture that I think is not helping his point.
It will cost you to follow Jesus. At the very least, it's going to cost you your own self-glorification, your own self-gratification.
I'm awesome, okay?
Your own desires and comforts that are not in line with what the Lord has for you, right? Those are going to have to go if you're going to follow Jesus. Why? Because he's the priority, not you. Verse 33. So therefore, any one of you who does not renounce all that he has cannot be my disciple.
Have you done that, sir? Have you renounced all that you have? I'm just wondering.
Man, I wish somebody would have said something about losing things to follow Jesus. I wish a pastor would just talk about this.
Like what have you lost, man? Huh? What have you lost? I mean, look at you right now. Like, what fucking kind of microphone you got? It's the same kind as mine. You know how expensive that shit is? What the fuck have you lost? It's an $800 mic, man. At least $600. Seems pretty bougie to me. Better give that up. Gotta follow Jesus, right? What about those headsets? 20 bucks? You know? 15? I don't know. Like, what hair product do you use? Seems a lot like you don't really give a shit about anything that you're saying.
Yeah.
Good night, Seagulls.
We have. Those of us who teach the word, those of us who crack it open and desire to preach from the pulpit, we do. Like, and the churches who prioritize the scripture talk about this quite a bit. This is a shame. People are going to watch this man.
Such a shame, Sweaty.
And resonate with this, and they'll have no idea what even the point is. By the way, just because Jesus says...
The point is he did everything right, and his life still sucks. That's the point, okay? Now, I'm not in that guy's house with him. I don't know how bad his life actually sucks, all right? But I'm thinking, right, if you're taught your entire life that if you just follow God and his teachings and whatever, that your life is going to go fine, and then your life doesn't go fine, that you're probably going to rethink a few things, you know? Everyone's life is not fine just because they're a fucking Christian. There are tons of Christians out there suffering right now. Most Americans are Christian, all right? And most Americans are suffering to some capacity right now, okay? What does that say about your fucking God? Go piss on it.
Is to renounce all for him. It doesn't mean you're left with nothing. He replaces your things with the greatest gift of all, which is himself. Amen? In Christ, you have everything that you need.
Give up your microphone. Give up your YouTube channel. Oh, there's
I wish this man would have...
Here, if you love God so much, you'll give up your YouTube channel. Give it up. Give it up. Uninstall... unsubscribe, or not unsubscribe, what is it called? Deactivate your channel. You have to give it up for Jesus's glory. Okay? Because it's giving you a head like 5 times the size of what it should be. Okay? Everybody can tell that your brain, your cranium is currently full of all the farts that you've huffed. Okay? From your own body, your own disgusting bowels. So give up your YouTube channel. It has clearly given you too big of a head, man.
I've recognized that.
A smug, smarmy piece of shit. Is
find
what
Jesus
done.
Christ left me with nothing and ruined my life. Now
find
I challenge
Jesus.
anyone to come talk
Time to
me
find
about
Jesus,
this.
man.
Anyone, any pastor, any person. Because I've talked to multiple pastors about this already, and I can tell you, they're all shocked.
Yeah. I don't believe that.
Sorry, what did you say?
Anyone, any pastor, any person. Because I've talked to multiple pastors about this already, and I can tell you, they're all shocked.
I don't know that I believe that necessarily either, because most pastors and shit would all be like, well, clearly you haven't done a good enough job, bud. You haven't done good enough. You haven't prayed hard enough. You know, like, there are many ways that they can, like, bullshit their way around that.
Yeah. I don't believe that. I don't believe him. Well, put it this way. I don't believe that any pastor worth his salt would be shocked by what this man is saying.
No true pastor.
any pastor worth his salt is immediately going to flip to multiple places in the scripture to investigate what
sorry,
Jesus
man. You just committed a fallacy, Mr. Former debate teacher. No true Scotsman
has to say about this. What the Bible teaches about this. Look at this one. Philippians chapter 3, verse 4. Though I myself, this is Paul talking, I myself have reason for confidence in the flesh.
This is going to be the last video from this guy that I watch. I can't stand when they keep referring to the Bible like this.
Also, if anyone else thinks he has reason for confidence in the flesh, I have more. Circumcised on the 8th day, of the people of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Hebrew of Hebrews, as to the law, a Pharisee, as to zeal, a persecutor of the church, as to righteousness under the law, blameless. Paul had it all. But here's where it gets interesting. Whatever gain I had, I counted as loss for the sake of Christ. Indeed, I count every...
Then by your own words, right, by your own beliefs, you should think that this guy is like as close to Christ as you can possibly be. And yet here you sit denigrating him. My man has nothing. He has claimed that he has nothing in his life to like be happy about. Now, do I agree with that? Do I think that that's the case? Probably not. I'm sure the guy's got some things to be happy about and celebrate and whatever. But his, I can't say for sure. I'm not there with him. I don't know his life. So if he says that his life sucks, all I can do is believe him. And if his life sucks, then he must be closer to Christ, right? Like if he doesn't have any of that shit that you clearly have, certainly don't count that expensive ass microphone against your closeness to Jesus, man.
Everything is loss because of the surpassing worth of knowing Christ Jesus, my Lord. For his sake, I have suffered the loss of all things and count them as rubbish in order that I may gain Christ.
Throw your YouTube channel away. Throw away all your equipment. Go follow Christ. Go do it.
How can the Apostle Paul say this?
Throw it away.
It's because Jesus Christ is everything that we need. That's why Jesus says, prioritize me, elevate me, and make me first in your life.
Fuck him. I don't care.
Paul goes on to write the book of Colossians, and he says in there, in Jesus we are complete.
Yeah, he's circumcised. He doesn't have it all. He lost his Skittle pouch.
There is nothing extra that needs to be added on top of Jesus in order for us to live our lives. A Christian
there are a lot of people who would like to be on top of Jesus, actually. Just saying.
And honestly say, with Jesus, I don't need a house. I don't need clothes. I don't need food.
Okay, give it up. Go.
Praise God that I have those things today, but tomorrow, if I don't have them, I still have everything I need in Jesus Christ.
Then bet.
I don't
Go
even
do
need
it.
my own life.
You fucking do it. Oh, you do it.
It will not
then.
be something that I hold on to. And
you don't need your own life. Okay.
Panic and fear.
No
Why? Because I have Jesus and he has me. But not everyone who dabbles in church and dabbles in the Bible agrees with this. Look at how Paul explains how not everyone agrees with this. In verse 19, watch this. Their end is destruction. Their God is their belly, and they glory in their shame, with minds set on earthly things. Is that not this man right here?
This man just said that he has like nothing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay.
How can this man complain about the things that he has lost and how Jesus ruined his life? Has he not set his mind on earthly things? And I get it,
Even Jesus in the Bible said, God, why have you forsaken me? God, why have you forsaken me? Like, even Jesus did that. So I think, like, if you were actually, like, I'm doing your job for you now. If you were actually, like, a good pastor, you'd say, you know what? Hey, man, I know. I get it. Even Jesus had his doubts at the end of his life. Okay? Even Jesus said, my God, why have you forsaken me? He had nothing left. God seemingly had taken everything from him, my son. Okay? But my child, I tell you, like, if you just believe in God and Christ, eventually, like, you will find your reward, whether in this life or the next. Like, that's how you do that. Like, even if you're completely bullshitting it, which I just did, at least you could have some fucking decency about it, man. Just have some basic decency. Just be a good person. You're disgusting. You want a wretch, dude.
There's a sad, probably,
like, what the fuck,
a sad, tragic story in this man's life. And there's deep pain and suffering. And I don't want to diminish any of those things for this person.
You just did!
If that's
fuck
what happened.
you! What a slimy
But
piece of shit.
hear me now. Loss and pain and suffering is not Jesus ruining your life. It's the Lord bringing you to the end of yourself and teaching you that he is enough. The one who made you is enough to sustain you through life, no matter how rich or poor you are. And I've personally seen both in my own life. And I can tell you, Jesus does not...
your 2-year-old died of cancer? Well, sweaty. Yeah. Why don't you just stop thinking about earthly things? Have you thought about that? You know, me going up to the mother of the 2-year-old cancer patient who just passed away on the medical table. You know, have you ever thought about just like not believing in God? Like, you just believe in God, bro. Just, like, yeah, this is God testing you, man. This is God testing you. Fuck off.
Ruin your life. He redeems your life. Not only that, if you will let him, he will bring you rest and peace and comfort. If you let him. Matthew chapter 11, verse 28 says this, come to me. This is Jesus. Come to me, all who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon...
Convince me. Convince me too.
...on you and learn from me, for I am gentle and lowly in heart, and
You know when my life got like a million times better? Is when I said, fuck God. Don't need him. I don't need him. I will do what I want. Okay? I used to have guilt about masturbating. I used to have guilt about having feelings for guys sometimes. I used to have guilt about this thing, that thing, and the other. You know, like enjoying my life. You know? Like, why? Why would you burden yourself with that fucking guilt? You know? Just stop. That's when my life got better. All right? Like, I don't need that guilt in my life. It seems like, at least Christians like him, I don't want to speak for all of Christianity. I'm trying not to do the anti-theism thing, okay? So, I know, forgive me, guys, about that. But, like, it just seems to me like Christianity, at least in this sense, is just trying to guilt trip you through the whole thing. And I hate that.
You will find rest for your souls. This is the recurring thread throughout the entire Bible. Enter into the rest and peace of God. Let God give you his peace.
POV, you're the mother of a 2-year-old who just died of cancer.
Look at the formula, actually, of how you are able to have peace.
And this guy
Watch this.
approaches you.
This is Isaiah chapter 26, verse 3. You keep him in perfect peace whose mind is stayed on you. They're talking to God. Whose mind is stayed on you, Lord, because he trusts in you. Trust in the Lord forever, for the Lord God is an everlasting rock. But wait a second, does this verse here, does this say, well, you keep him in perfect peace because he has a great job?
Stop condescending! You're not making a good case, man. This sucks. You suck. Your God sucks. Fuck you and your religion.
A great house and a spouse. You keep him in perfect peace because he never lets me go through trials and suffering. No, that's not what it says. You keep him in perfect peace because we keep our mind stayed on God, even when the temporary things of this world fall away. That is the true recipe for peace.
Then give up all your shit.
I wish this man
start with
your
YouTube channel.
I wish all of these people would truly seek the Lord and receive his peace. Boy, as always, I don't know. Would you just join me? I did this on the first couple of videos, and now it's just the thing you do at the end of all of these videos, right?
Yeah,
just join me in praying for these folks. I do pray for them. And I ask you to
say it with me, fellas. Take your prayers and shove them directly up your ass. Don't need them. In fact, we won't even listen to him. Actually, I kind of want to listen to them. I just want to see what he says. Just to see what he says.
You do the same. Our job as Christians is not to mock or deride these folks. No matter,
did that!
You know, there's a lot of
The
people
entire video!
Who say they're Christians, who then go and mock people and laugh at them and deride them. That's not our job.
I'm going to lose my mind.
We're not supposed to belittle people. We're not supposed to call them names. We're not supposed to think we're better than them. Our job...
Okay, you didn't call anybody any names, but you certainly fucking condescended them. You absolutely condescended them. What the fuck is wrong with you?
As Christians is to recognize that the same mercy that God extended to us can be extended to them. While they still have breath in their lungs, it's not too late for them to repent and follow after Jesus. So let's pray. Let's pray for that. Amen. As always,
that was the prayer?
Patreon community. I mean, if you're
wait, that was the prayer? That was ass, man. I can do a better prayer right off the cuff. Here, ready? You guys, are ready for a prayer? Right? In the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Jesus Christ and your greatness, your Lord and Savior of the earth and all things, being and not being, please forgive me for my sins and for the sins of all of my community, as they so often do. They're very big sinners, them, those sinners, them. Please, if you will, in your infinite glory and goodness, give us bread that we can consume and pretend is your body, and also drink wine and say that it's your blood. And also give us goodness in our lives. Bring us to everlasting peace or whatever, and do good things for us. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Okay, there you go. See, better prayer than even he could pull off. I'm just saying.
Digging this kind of stuff.
Okay, no, he's just doing Patreon now. Okay, yeah, this was pretty bad, guys. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stand doing this guy. Holy shit, that was
Christianity is built off.
Unbelievably unbearable. Oh yeah. I guess my takeaway from this is believe in God or you're going to hell, and if your life sucks even though you've believed in God, well, get over it. He was just phantom taxing you? What the fuck is phantom taxing? That's what God be doing sometimes. This guy's actually insane. You could never convince me that people like him don't have some form of mental illness. It's not mental illness. He just thinks that he's better than everybody else. Owen Unfiltered has pretty good knowledge when it comes to converting this guy and other Christian content. Owen Unfiltered. I think that might be the guy. Yeah, this is the guy that I found him from. Owen Unfiltered. Yeah, here. I'll link him. This is how I found him. I didn't watch the videos. I didn't watch any of his videos because I wanted to go over it myself. I could have sworn pride was a sin. They say something about pride? I kind of don't want to end yet. I feel like I'm on a roll. Do we have any more good content to react to? Maybe something short? Ooh, I kind of want to go over another Mike Winger video. Who have we not checked in on in a while? Mike Winger. I'm better than Jesus, what? No. Let's see, we did Ben Shapiro relatively recently. I got a Jordan Peterson video in the works. I don't know if I can handle Zoomer speak. Phantom tax, this shit meme. Well, now I have to know. In case. Internet slang describing the theft of food between friends. Originally coined by American streamer Phantom. Oh, okay. Y'all ever heard of the ADHD tax? Search bar, 1 hour of One Piece music. I don't know why that's... I've never looked up Technoblade Never Dies meme. Oh, shit. Hold on. I've never looked that up. Bink Sake piano tutorial, never looked that up. Actually, maybe I have once. Doflamingo speech English dub, now that one I did. What is this? I've never looked this up.
Not even close, baby! Technoblade never dies!
Oh, maybe I did. I don't know. Now it seems familiar, but I don't know. I don't even know what the context was. The ghost did it. That's not even my most recent search history. I don't know why it has all that. Like, I have looked most of this stuff up. I've just never looked up, like, I haven't looked them up in a while. I don't know. Who's, the algo's been fucking with search history? Oh, gotcha. Let's see. Who's somebody we haven't checked in on in a while? Let me see if Remnant's replied. For those who don't know, Remnant777 is the guy who did that scientific homosexuality video. This guy. Like, what causes homosexuality according to science? And he watched my video, and he said that he would reply to it, and I'm kind of waiting for him to.
Hey guys, this is going to be a different video right now. This video is totally 100% unscripted, and I don't even think I'm going to be editing it, because at the end of the day, I'm working on a big video.
Oh, my
3. Hey guys, this is working out today. I like to work out. I was working out with the weights, and I could not even get myself to do the weights because this was just so much on my mind. So I just ended up stopping right there, and I just got to get rid of this. And I think making a video talking about it, I think I want to accumulate my money, I want to save up my money, and then buy a house and then rent it out. And it's like accumulate money, and then we buy land with it, and then we try to maybe rent out that land. And landlords they're all just giving their money in.
Okay, I don't think this is the response video. This dude is such a cuck. Yeah, I tried to get him on for a conversation, and he said no. So yeah, I kind of want to go over that video, but I feel like I've just gone over him, and like he still has to make a response to the last one. I want to know about the ADHD tax. It basically just means that you forget and lose shit all the time, and so you have to buy extra shit. Basically, I'm oversimplifying it a little bit. This one should do? Ooh, give it to me. Link it in... You can't really link on YouTube, so either link it in the site or do it on Discord. You can also DM me. Roman Omen. I don't want to call you out or nothing, but I did think that you were eventually going to make videos. Is that still a thing? I'm not calling you out. I'm literally only asking because I would like to shill your channel if that is in fact a thing. Also, stuff going off in your fridge. Oh yeah, going bad, yeah. Just life right now. I feel you. Ah, perfect. Thank you. Proof that woke is ending. Let's go.
So today we've got...
Show. Okay. You guys aren't going to believe this, but I got to pee again. So I will do that, and then I'll be right back. We'll go over this, and then I think I'm going to end. Okay, I'm back. Sticking between jobs, pets, just trying to get that nice plateau so I can start getting it. Oh, I got you. Well, best of luck with that. I'm definitely in a very privileged position to be able to like have started content creation and continue it. Like once the ball gets rolling and people are like literally throwing content at you to go over, it's a lot easier. So I'm certainly in no position to talk. But seriously, best of luck. And if there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Okay, that's better lighting. Okay. So we have another video suggestion. If you would like to leave suggestions for videos in the Discord, you can. You got to join the Discord first, of course. And you can leave your suggestions in content suggestions, and then I may go over it, like this one here. This one is called Proof That Woke is Ending by a sir called David Cullen. And I don't know much about David Cullen. I think I've seen his avatar around a little bit. His channel is dedicated to movie reviews, film critique, discussion of TV shows, pop culture, video games in my usual caustic and sardonic manner. Should be fun. Should be an interesting time. I asked for a short video to go over here at the end of stream, just because I was still feeling like I got some juice left in me. So here's the juice. Here we go.
So today we've got something a bit different, a refreshing story for a change. We're going to be talking about the failure of Madame Web, but more specifically the response by Dakota Johnson, the primary star of the movie. And I think this story is illustrative of something very significant. But I'll get to that in a moment. First of all, if you haven't already subscribed to the channel, please do so. And if you'd like to support The Dave Cullen Show, head on over to my subscribe star. It's linked below, and it's very much appreciated. So this article is from Bounding Into Comics. Madame Web star Dakota Johnson slams greed, ineptitude of Hollywood execs. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms.
Oh, this is about AI art. Yeah, I agree. No, base point.
In continuing to hold nothing back regarding her disappointment with how spectacularly Marvel and Sony botched her...
Or no. I don't think it's about AI art. It's about like, I got that wrong. This is about, like, okay, people are going to like this, and that's why we're going to make it. You know, like, this will do great for the ratings, basically. Sorry, I got that wrong.
Algorithms. In continuing to hold nothing back regarding her disappointment with how spectacularly Marvel and Sony botched her silver screen superhero debut, Madame Web star Dakota Johnson has made it clear that it is Hollywood's own failures, not those of the audience, that are responsible for its industry's ongoing decline.
That's true.
Asked by the outlet's Charlotte Owen as to whether she was particularly bothered by the near universal panning of Madame Web. As of writing, even with the site's system being so heavily skewed that an absolutely scorching review of a given film can be confirmed as fresh, if a critic offers it even the barest of compliments, it currently holds a 12% rotten rating among critics and a likewise terrible 57% audience score on review aggregator Rotten Tomatoes. Johnson admitted, "Unfortunately, I'm not surprised that this has gone down the way it has." Pressed by Owen as to what led her to see the proverbial...
Okay, at a certain point, you're just reading the article word for word. Like, add some commentary, come on.
Writing on the web ahead of the film's release, the actress explained, "It's so hard to get movies made."
Either that, or I'm just being a piece of shit, and this is actually not that long, and I have ADHD.
And in these big movies that get made, and it's even starting to happen with the little ones, which is what's really freaking me out, decisions are being made by committees, and art does not do well when it's made by committee. So indeed, the film scores are very low, and the film is a massive box office failure, but I cannot remember the last time that a star of a movie currently in the cinema that's universally panned and failing financially has criticized the film. Usually, if a cast member or a director criticizes a film that they've worked on and laments its failure, it's something they do long after the film has left cinemas. Even Sydney Sweeney's joke on SNL about how you definitely didn't see her in Madame Web. I think this shows us that the cast feel emboldened to be honest about how they feel about the movie. Even certain mainstream media outlets aren't defending the film with the same level of gusto that they would have done, say, a couple of years ago. I mean, we've seen previously that films like this, They get a staunch defense, and audiences are blamed as being...
Films like this, I don't know anything about the film. So, like, I don't know if I can make a judgment call on this. Like, what's the film about, even? What is it called? Madam Web. Madam Web. Action sci-fi. Thanks, Google. Make me refresh. Appreciate that. Oh, it's a Spider-Man film about girl Spider-Man. It was directed by S.J. Clarkson from a screenplay she co-wrote with Claire Parker. So what? It's a bad movie that stars a girl, and they're like, well, it's woke, and that's why people don't like it. What's like the real criticisms people are giving for it? Madam Web critic reviews. 553. There is very little that I can add to the reviews on here that have explained what is so wonderful about The Godfather so well. Wait, what? This is The Godfather. What? Madam Web must have been written by a 6-year-old. The narrative of the story doesn't make sense. The sequence, none of it works. Just driving around in a stolen cab around town into the airport, the sudden trip to Peru, and the perfect timing of her return to fend off the bad guy, just so bad. Really unbelievable how bad the writing is. And then the cringy acting on top of it is just so disappointing. Hopefully all the criticism will help those who need the change in Hollywood. I hated it because it was awful. I may have liked it because if I was 12 and didn't know any better, but having seen the movies with plots and good dialogue that move along at a good pace, I can tell you that this is not one of those. Yikes! Spoilers below. If see this, you must. I did laugh out loud a few times, although it was because I was so awful I was amused. There's so much exposition for one thing. The movie basically tries to hold your hand and explain to you the most obvious things. The pigeon didn't die after all. We're watching the movie. We can see that it didn't die. But then the bad guy enters the train car with the suit and no shoes. A little background might have been helpful there, but we got none. None of this is like criticizing the wokeness of it, like quote unquote wokeness. So I just don't understand.
You know, toxic ists and isms, all the
usuals. Secondary Spider-Man.
There's a time not long ago where the mainstream access media...
So basically what I'm getting from this is like he's going to say that, you know, people would typically say that like they're misogynist for not liking the film because it stars a woman or something like that. And that's not what critics are saying. Critics are saying that the film sucks.
Media would be tripping over themselves to defend the movie because it has an all-female cast.
There you go. See, told you.
But not really in this case. And one has to wonder what's changed. Well, I think it's cultural. There's nowhere to hide anymore. There's no excuse that can be made. Utterly mediocre, generic, paint-by-numbers Hollywood action movies are being called out.
Keep huffing the hopium.
And it's because it's become easier to criticize woke. So the article continues, elaborating on her argument. Johnson continued, films are made by a filmmaker and a team of artists around them. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms. My feeling has been for a long time that audiences are extremely smart, and executives have started to believe that they're not, she added. Audiences will always be able to sniff out BS, even if films start to be made with AI. Humans aren't going to effing want to see those.
Yeah, we defend good movies.
I have to say, I have major respect for this woman after she said that. And this is clearly someone who has taken a mature and well thought out position on this. She's got...
It's like, okay, it's like the Disney remakes, right? Like they always get mad that like, okay, like I just recently watched a video from like a year ago. From the time that they were mad about like the Ariel release because there was a black woman as Ariel. And it's like nobody who saw the movie, like nobody who is a fan of The Little Mermaid and went and saw the movie and thought it was bad, thought that it was bad because the main actress was a black woman. Okay? That's not people's main gripe with it. Their gripe with those movies is not that there are black people in it. Their gripe, or women, their gripe is that it's a bad movie. Like, it's not well written. It's not like a good recreation of the original. There's no point. It's just a money grab. It's a blatant money grab. That's what people are upset about, not wokeness. Okay? Madam Web as a movie was only made so Sony can keep the rights to Spider-Man. There's an agreement with Marvel that as long as Sony makes a Spider-Man movie every 5 years and 9 months, so they can keep the film rights for the character. Okay, well, there you go. That's why it's bad. And it would have been just as, like, poorly received if the cast had been bad, like if it were Sir Web or whatever. Like, it... Okay.
Respect for audiences, and I think as a result, she'll get respect from audiences. So kudos to Dakota Johnson for that. And we've discussed the effect of AI on filmmaking and how that could only further stifle the creative process. So I think she's on point there again. She's obviously very much aware of what's going on. Now, the article continues, as for how she felt starring in such a disaster of a film, Johnson ultimately admitted to Owen, but it was definitely an experience for me to make that movie. I had never done anything like it before. I probably will never do anything like it again because I don't make sense in that world, and I know that now, she playfully concluded. But sometimes in this industry, you sign on to something, and it's one thing, and then as you're making it, it becomes a completely different...
Yeah, thank you, Roman Omen. If anything, it's a point about how companies can make capitalist trash and try to sell it to progressives by shoehorning an alternate actor into the film. No, that's a great point. So these people are mad about capitalism. They're mad that capitalism, like, demands garbage, you know? That's what people are mad about. Like, they thought that this would sell well. That's why they made it the way that they did. They thought it would sell well to audiences, and it didn't. So you're mad about capitalism, not wokeism. Thank you for that point.
Different thing.
Very salient.
And you're like, wait, what? So that suggests to me that she's obviously not happy with the end product. She must have expected Madam Web to be a far better film than it turned out to be. So you can't blame her for being disappointed. And it says, but it was a real learning experience, and of course, it's not nice to be part of something that's ripped to shreds, but I can't say that I don't understand. So again, it's refreshing to hear an actress or actor speak so frankly and in such a reasonable way. Again,
but why did she say that it's bad? Like, what are the reasons she said it's bad? You are mad at the company, not because there was an all-female cast, but because they tried to sell you bullshit. Companies try to sell you bullshit all the time. That's called capitalism, man. You're mad about capitalism.
In recent years, films like this would have received much greater support from the mainstream and the filmmakers. It would have been defended as being stunning and brave for having a groundbreaking all-female cast.
Wasn't the oh shit, my bad. Wasn't the Ghostbusters movie, like, really poorly received? Like the all-female Ghostbusters movie? $2.5. It's like exactly the same. Exactly the same. And that's from 2016. That's almost a decade ago, man. Like, what time period are you talking about? Like, people were saying Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse was woke. 4.8. What's up with that? That one has a trans flag in it. What's up with that? Come on. Like, I don't understand the disconnect here. What do you mean woke is dying? This was released in... Wait, Into the Spider-Verse was from 2018? Wasn't there a later one? Was it really 2018? Jeez. Anyway, you guys get my point. If it's a good movie, it'll get good ratings. If it's not a good movie, it won't. Typically.
Work anymore. That energy is gone now. It's
Across the Spider-Verse,
it doesn't
thank
work,
you.
And audiences have seen through it, and they're fed up of it.
Okay, just to be fair, Across the Spider-Verse. 2023, 4.3. There you go, 4.3. That's all you need.
So as a result, the film is just being judged on its quality and the story, its originality, and it's been found to be lacking in those departments.
Unlike Spider-Verse.
But the fact that the cast are speaking their minds in this way, while the film is still in the cinema, possibly reflects a change in the zeitgeist, which is that there's a move away from the stock standard woke narrative that's usually come to the defense of many Hollywood superhero movies.
No, what it says is that Hollywood is selling you garbage, okay? And that's a problem with capitalism, not with wokeism. Come on, man.
And a belief by audiences that it's ending. Even some people in the films don't want to be associated with woke anymore. So the cultural shift...
All you're saying is that your gripe with the movie is that it had an all-female cast. Which is a really dumb analysis, okay? That's your main gripe with a movie that sucks ass, is that the cast was all female? Really? That's your main gripe with it. That's the main issue that you take with it, right? Because if that's not the case, you know, how do you describe movies with alternate casting that actually have good ratings? Okay? Like I said, Across the Spider-Verse, 4.3 stars. All right? And people got mad at it for being woke because it had a trans flag in the background. And it had a girl Spider-Man. And it had a black Spider-Man. And people are trying to call it woke. All the meanwhile, it's got a fantastic ratings. And that's just from last year. So this is very inconsistent. Yeah, capitalism cloaking itself in wokeness. Exactly, Roman Omen. Thank you.
Is taking place, and I think the writing is on the walls. It feels like woke has permeated so many facets of modern life.
What is woke? What do you mean by that?
Intolerable for people. And I think at best, it has another 18 months or so ahead of it. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you.
Ugh, God, you're just mad at capitalism, man. I can't stand these people. It's like you get so close to understanding and then you just drop the ball at the end zone, you know, right before the end zone. It's not wokeness, man. Wokeness is not ruining your life. Capitalism is. It's always been capitalism all the time. Permeates everything in your life. It makes things shit. It makes things garbage. And it makes you upset. But then they trick you by making you think that it's wokeism. You know? And you're falling for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, Dave sees what's wrong. He just has no idea how to perceive it. Exactly. Yeah, it's wokeness, man. Okay, I think that's good for me. I'm getting tired. Might do a little crocheting. Who's live right now? Who's live on Twitch? 4 hours, man. Good riddance. Thank you. Let's see. Greycraft is live. Hey, let's go. Let's get you over to Greycraft. Okay. And host and Greycraft. Okay, perfect. Alrighty, y'all. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. I had a lot of fun. We will be in touch, Queen Laura, about tomorrow for your fundraiser. Don't forget about the fundraiser, guys. We're doing Stardew Valley tomorrow for Queen Laura. Going to raise some money for her. Make sure, Queen Laura, by the way, you link me to the donation link, and that way I can like make a command for it. We'll get all that figured out, though. All right. Take care, everybody. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow.